that Mamdani guy. He's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that woke, gay, empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jays, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Folks, how are we doing today? Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Jenny. Hello, Sheepish T-Rex. Hello, Elaine Malachite. Hello. How we doing, Coder Joe? Hello, Zaron Joy. Hello, Forlorn79. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Kiva Indafur. Hello, Mermanda. I love that username. Hello, Algo Schism, also a great username. Hello, Jenny. Hello, Vox Boxman. Hello, Erica. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Wojo Squad. Hello, Queenie. Hello, you don't like my music. I don't care if you're a non-subscriber or a subscriber, but I can tell you definitively, we didn't block you. because you're able to post in chat, which would not be the case if you were blocked. Hello, Rob Adler. Hello, Elijah Jesus Are Women. Hello, Burning Sock. Hello, Blake Gunnels. Hello, Mabs Alicorn. Hello, Kermit Thorson. Hello, Wiccan Gamer. Hello, Inquisitor. I almost said Investor. Inquisitor VDM. Hello, Blake. I'm not gonna do a double hello. Not gonna do it. Paladin. Yeah, no kidding. Hello! I'm once again asking you to check your ballot about DSA. I'll do my best. Maybe I'll I'll check it out. I've just been really fucking busy. Hello, Maghar. Hello, Alexis Webster. Hello, ACAB includes Tone Police. Hello, Patsy Lucas. Hello, Nostalgic Bard. Kue? Maybe? Fuck. I think I got it wrong again. Shit. Hello, Branch Ricky. Hello, Jackie. Hello, What Joe Says. Patsy Lucas, thank you for getting us off to the right foot with a gifted membership. Hell yeah. Let's go. Hello, a raccoon named Spanky. Hello, Kazooie. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebees. Hello, No Kimet. Hello. Hypervisor. Hello, Low Clarity. Hello, everybody. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, Nocturnal 8999. Hello. How we doing? Not gonna let any motherfucker edit me. Well, I can't speak for anyone else. Maybe a mod timed you out, but I'm sure they had a good reason to do so if they did. And I'm sorry if you have a problem with light moderation. Hello, Nova Neptune. Hello, Robber Adset. Damn it, I did a double. Fuck. It's fine. Hello, Uncle Gumbald. Hello, Good Faith Goblin, my favorite kind of goblin. Hello, Solazar. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. Hello, World in the. Took a while for me to get to the horizontal stream up, despite clicking on what looked like it. Is YouTube trying to combine the streams or something? I don't think YouTube's trying to combine the streams. I think... Honestly, they cannot roll out the update soon enough that will ultimately combine it into one stream, and I can just send both the vertical optimized stream and the horizontal stream to the same place. That cannot happen soon enough. I hope it will come very, very soon. Hello, Jax Tekabe. Hello, Coder Joe! Both had wide thumbnails. Well, yeah, but that's just the base thumbnail that, like, anything that is preparing to go up has. Like, the only thing I can do, because I'm not going to make special thumbnails for vertical and horizontal, but what I can do is add vertical to the title. And that should help you guys figure out which is which. Pull this up. There we go. Vertical. There we go. I'm no supplicant to anyone. Well, if you want to be part of this community, you have to obey the community rules. If you don't want to do that, then you don't have to be in this community, I guess. But that's going to be the case for any community you ever find yourself in. Alan Smith, hello. Hello, Snoogan. Hello. All right, bye. Like, I'm not gonna argue with someone about whether or not they are subject to mod intervention. I'm not gonna do that. God, like, YouTube user discovers for the first time they have to obey the law. Honestly, I am baffled at the attempt to play the sovereign citizen card as an excuse to not get moderated. And like, I want to make it clear, we looked at that guy's like past user status, has never been timed out, has never been banned before, like has never done anything that would get moderated, and they just come in hot being like, I'm not subscribed anymore, I will not be silenced. And it's just like, I'm like, well, if you do break the community rules, you will have like your message removed and you will be like timed out. No, I will not be silenced. Okay, you could be banned. Bye. Hello, Liz Galahad. Hello. How we doing? Bean Mama. Hello. You don't understand, Jake. I need to be the victim. Indeed. Indeed. My only hope is that user was typing in a tricorn hat. Hello, Becky Dog. Hello, Hit the Mat. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, everybody. We have a really we have a wild show tonight, just as an FYI. Now, why is that? Well,
the story is...
oh god. It's because you guys have in fact hit our goal for Hyperborean knowledge, and I guess it's time that we're gonna delve into the real truths of the universe. Okay, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do a video from Hyperborean knowledge. This is how do I put it? This is a Jack bikini stream. Nah, I gotta get in more shape than that for a bikini stream. But maybe someday. Can someone tell me what the title is referring to? Yeah, we'll talk about it later. Will you finish Jubilee someday? I will indeed. We're going to be doing some of that. We're going to be doing some Dave Rubin. We're going to be doing some Sam Cedar on Jillian Michaels. We're going to be doing a whole lot of shit. Jack Treadmill stream soon? No, I'm going to I do an elliptical. I do ellipticals. Back had some technical difficulties. Welcome back. You can call me Jess. You've never been in shape that didn't look good to me. I've always been a very attractive shape, but like I'm trying to like I'm trying to like get like ripped, you know? So we're going to be talking about Dave Rubin on Jubilee. We're going to be talking about Sam Cedar with Jillian Michaels. We're going to be talking also about Donald Trump threatening another genocide, because that's just the world we live in now. And yeah, we've got a lot of brain rot today. Like a lot. Even our on-topic news today is about brain rot. So, you know, get into that mindset, folks. You watching Dave Rubin has been my literal favorite thing this week. We'll be doing more of that tonight, Amanda. Don't you worry. We'll be doing more of that tonight. Ruth Bader Jacksburg. That is my full legal name. It's true. Okay. For those of you who have not yet, remember, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, share the stream around, do the things. You guys help this show both succeed, and you guys also are the reason I am able to do this show. So thank you so much. And remember, click the goddamn button. Dave Rubin, more like Dave Poopin. Got him! Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. solos are exactly. You get it. Click the button. You get it.
Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click
This song is so fucking hard. Like, honestly, isn't it Acts of Service? Also, incredible username. Jazz Dog only makes the best bangers. I guess I need this hand out of the glove, sadly. All right. So, folks, we had the idea floated not that long ago that we should cover additional brain rot channels that, well, might exist outside of the mainstream. And one person, after we covered the spirit science video last time, suggested that we check out a channel titled Hyperborean Knowledge. And, you know, I went and took a look, and sure enough, there is some incredible brain rot present. And I think we're just gonna we're gonna dip our toes in here on a video titled Giants and Cryptids Are Real. Join me as we dive into the deep end of crazy.
What if the stories of orcs, trolls, giants, goblins, and dwarves were actually real? That these were given to us by our ancestors because they actually dealt with these entities. And we see a lot of motifs in the same vein show up over and over again. One of these motifs is being overwhelmed by outside forces, hordes of humanoid but not human entities. Another motif is the cannibalistic giant.
That's right, folks. Goblins, giants, real. They walk among us.
And another
Among
is
us.
the stealing of a maiden by one of these entities. Now, if we go to the Norse myths, we have the Asgardians fighting off the Jotun. And the Jotun are often depicted as more primitive, with cruder weaponry than the advanced Aesir gods. We see this again in Hesiod's Theogony when the Olympians fight the Titans. The Titans are usually depicted as being more primitive, not wielding advanced weaponry. We see it.
That's right. What if mythology was literally real? A mythological literalist. Let's go.
With Jack and the Beanstalk, the giant wields a club, and when
This is what I'm always saying to you guys. I am always saying Jack and the Beanstalk is real. Okay? My family has passed down a handful of magic beans for generations. And I'm telling you guys, just let me plant them. Just let me plant the beans. I'll show you all my beanstalk, and we'll all go climb up and beat that giant to death. Like, I think if enough, you know, it's kind of like, would you rather fight one giant duck or 100, you know, duck-sized ducks? And you know, we're in this scenario, we're the 100 duck-sized ducks, and we can kill that giant. I promise. We have the technology, we have the means. His golden goose will be ours.
Odysseus encounters a Cyclops, what is he wielding? A club. When the Tuatha De Danann fight the Fomorians are often depicted as being primitive in hordes wielding clubs. Even in a contemporary setting, something like Attack on Titan calls back to this genetic memory, especially.
Yeah, guys, whomst among us didn't watch Attack on Titan and think, ah, yeah, that's my genetic memory tingling. back when things were as they should be, with all of us eating ourselves around on little grappling hooks and fighting giants. Attack on Titan is a documentary. It's true.
In season 1, this feeling of being overwhelmed by outside hordes who are trying to eat you. Where does this come from? Well, if we go back after the fall of Atlantis, but before the sons of Arius arised, we have the heroic age, Hesiod's heroic age that comes after the Bronze Age, but before the Iron Age. And this age was a time when these entities, these hybrids, these humanoids, but not quite human beings, were all around us, trying to kill us. And Cro-Magnon
Man, if this guy ever gets his hands on Assassin's Creed Odyssey, it's all over for us. It's all over. He's gonna blow the doors right off this conspiracy theory.
had to fight them off constantly. And there seems to be two variations of this. The giant, who had less numbers than we did, often living in caves, but they were cannibalistic, like Grendel. Grendel is a perfect example of this callback. Grendel trying to eat the Danes, okay? These cannibalistic giants keep showing up over and over again. What else do we have? The other motif would be the hordes. The horde.
Guys, Ultraman is about the one good giant, okay? It speaks to the time in our species history when we made a pact with the giant to fight for us. The original kaiju defender, okay? Grendel wasn't real. No. Grendel is real. You aren't listening closely enough, okay?
Lord of the Rings perfectly illustrates this feeling of the horde with the orcs.
Conan the Barbarian was a documentary, folks.
They're numerous, but they're primitive. They're not as advanced, but they're bloodthirsty, and they're probably trying to eat us as well. And so I think when Cro-Magnon Man was interacting with these entities.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Oh shit. These figures represent the height compared to modern man of skeletons unearthed and documented in historical records. I guarantee you guys, there is not some 36-foot fucking skeleton somewhere proving the existence of giants. The I do love the audacity of this image to just be like, yeah, no. These are all skeletons unearthed and documented in historical records. These are all real. We got these somewhere. We got a 25-footer in the back.
The giant humanoids who are being hidden from us from history, but
Carthaginians uncovered to this size, an equake
Due
in
to Earth's polluted atmosphere, Ultraman can only maintain his giant form for 2 minutes.
that exactly. Then he shrinks down to the size of a normal man. It's part of the pact. Carthaginians uncovered to this size an earthquake in Cimmerian Bosphorus. One more. Okay.
we know they exist. And now they've had to go more full disclosure.
What the fuck? I I don't know how to react to this image. I'm not built for this. You know, the absolute bafflement I feel right now must be my genetic memory awakening to the existence of giants.
With the other types of humanoids that existed that weren't quite human, like Neanderthal, but Neanderthal is just one variation. There's way more, and there's more that they're hiding, more that are orc-like, more that are troll-like that they're not allowed to disclose because that would destroy the entire narrative of history. So there were all sorts of hybrids too. Neanderthal was breeding.
Wait, I'm sorry, that they're hiding?
but we know they exist. And now they've had to go more full
Okay, so they've been hidden from us, but we know they exist. So there is a conspiracy to hide the existence of giants.
disclosure with the other types of humanoids that existed that weren't quite human, like Neanderthal, but Neanderthal is just one variation. There's way more, and there's more that they're hiding, more.
Okay, so let's let's slow it down for a second. So basically, they are hiding the existence of giants, but they haven't been able to fully cover up the truth, and so they have had to confirm different varieties of humans like Neanderthals, which of course means that there are dwarves and giants and elves and whatnot. So, and they're all just being hidden from us. Where do the great old ones fit in with this nonsense? That's a great question, Megan Fox's giant boobs. And I don't know yet. We are going to have to figure it out. We are going to get to the bottom of this. I am very interested, for example, in who they are and why are they hiding giants? That's what I want to know. Oh shit, anime sidekick gal. You're so right. They might be giants. Was trying to tell us the entire time. The band was trying to tell us the entire time. Jack, you know who they are. That's true. I do know statistically who the they in every conspiracy theory is. I would like to be surprised, though. I would like it if it didn't just boil down to, triple parentheses. The Jews are manipulating the world to hide the existence of giants. But, you are correct. That is probably where this is going, because that's every conspiracy endpoint. Anti-Semitism. Oops, all anti-Semitism. So just wanted to drop in and say, based on today's ballot drops, I give it even odds 50% chance that we have a DD runoff in California.
What if I told you
Hell
myths
yeah.
about big stupid things stronger than us were metaphors about dealing with big stupid things such as gestures broadly?
Well, no, Meghar, there's no possible way that human beings ever could have imagined things that were both big and stupid. It's impossible. No one's ever done that before. Human imagination isn't that supple and malleable. All right.
That are orc-like, more that are troll-like, that they're not allowed to disclose because that would destroy the entire narrative of history. So there were all sorts of hybrids too. Neanderthal was breeding with these orc entities with
I just love that someone can just say that. Like there's no even attempt to prove it. There's no even attempted
Google debunkers.
There's just, of course Neanderthals were mating with orc entities. Of course.
Of course!
with all these other types of creatures, and it was just a cornucopia of humanoids running around in the heroic age. And that's what a lot of these motifs and a lot of these myths come from, is the heroic age and the heroic venture of our Cro-Magnon ancestors fighting off these entities and ultimately prevailing.
There's an awful lot of imagery from Conan the Barbarian. Is this somebody who just read Conan books and, like, as a joke, someone told him it was history? Is that basically what happened here?
Leading up to the Iron Age, or the Age of Man, which is what we live in now. Again, we have these memories because this is what we experience, this feeling of being overwhelmed.
What we have, what memories exactly? The ability to imagine, hey, if a giant dude was trying to eat me, that'd be pretty scary, and I'd try and kill him right back. That's not a memory. That's just basic self-defense.
by the outside, by the
Yeah, Conan Christ. There you go.
uncanny valley. The uncanny valley is a perfect example of what I'm talking about here because it is this feeling of something that is humanoid but not quite human. And why is it such a creepy feeling? Because we know in our DNA that whatever that is coming
I knew
after
it.
us
I
to
knew this channel was just one multi-part documentary. All true and accurate.
What is this? Tales of Orcs and Humans, epic fantasy storytelling, where orcs are not mindless beasts, but warriors bound by honor, sacrifice, and destiny. Each episode is an original dark fantasy tale exploring the bond between orc and human through cinematic narration and immersive soundscapes. We redefine orc lore. Orc warriors carry scars of loyalty, forge alliances that shake kingdoms, and face choices no blade can solve. Every story is a sword and sorcery adventure driven by emotion and the beauty of fantasy worlds built on blood and heart. Every script is original fiction crafted from scratch. Each video goes through creative writing, cinematic editing, and sound design guided by human creativity. No shortcuts, just emotionally charged epic fantasy content. Hell yeah. You know what? This seems like a this seems like a good good channel where they're trying to salvage the good name of orcs. There does seem to be a lot of potentially AI generated images of orc women though. And so I'm starting to get a different vibe as I look more at this channel. Anyway,
eat us. The trolls in Norway, often living in caves, often living under bridges, often waiting for people who
often waiting under bridges.
venture too far off the beating path so they can eat them. This motif pops up over and over again, and it seems to be the retelling of an ancient struggle. With Attack on Titan, something about that show really resonated with me, and I don't typically watch anime, but that show really illustrated that feeling of being enclosed, being overwhelmed, and fighting a struggle that seems like you can't win, but ultimately
Which of course can only be explained by giants that existed millions of years ago. There's no other way you could get that same feeling of being cornered and needing to fight out of desperation. There's nowhere else you could possibly find that other than in the existence of giants.
prevailing struggle ethos pops up over and over again in our myths and our legends all over Eurasia because that was what happened. There were entities out there who were trying to wipe us out, and
Man, any kind of citation would be incredible. Any kind of citation. Any
You
at
know
all.
damn well this guy believes Eren Yeager did nothing wrong, and was just a heroic good boy.
I haven't watched the end of Attack on Titan because I got distracted 8 years ago and stopped waiting for the finale, so I hope it was good, and sorry if it wasn't.
eventually we came out and prevailed. But now they really want to try to downplay this struggle of humanoids that happened. They want to say that it was nicer, it was friendlier.
Yeah, that's right. They want you to think history was nice and friendly.
That they were all eventually just holding hands and everybody just interbred, and then that's how modern humans have.
Oh, okay. Okay, wait. He's citing studies from the University of Trust Me, bro. Yeah. Okay, this is also definitely an anti-race mixing thing, right? Like they want us to believe we all interbred, and I'm just like all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute, wait, I think this guy might be a racist. I think he might be a racist, guys. Maybe.
Happened, but it was not like that at all. It was a massive struggle. It was a massive conflict. There were
Yeah, we killed dragons. Dragons were real too.
creatures eating each other. It wasn't just 1v1 either. Everybody was kind of going on a free for all of dominance, and Cro Magnon man prevailed. And he prevailed.
Oh, I know I'm pause champing. It wasn't just one-on-one either. Of course not. We have war. We human beings have been doing a thing called war since forever. We organize together into large numbers of people to fight and kill each other. That's not where where's this idea that all the fighting was done 1v1 duel style? Like they're fucking playing a game of Duel Monsters or Magic the Gathering. Wait, Magic the Gathering isn't even one-on-one, though it can be. I'm spiraling out of this.
Because of his ability to plan, to organize, to create, to have advanced technology that eventually would lead to metallurgy. And there is the Smith myth that
Smith myth. Let's go. Let's hear that Smith myth.
again is actually the oldest tale in the Indo-European world, is the Faustian pact of learning metal. And then once we learn metal from this demon, we imprison the demon. It's very interesting. A motif that pops up again and again in fantasy art is a horde coming after a few lone survivors, and they're often triumphing over this horde in a
Yeah, it's almost like, I don't know, some kind of power fantasy. It's almost like a lot of these early adventure fantasy stories were wish fulfillment and led to art that also fulfilled wishes. You know, this desire to be big and strong and powerful and to like be a big tough dude. Like, yeah, that sold a lot of copies of books.
sort of pyramid of corpses, a pile of corpses, and they're standing victorious over this pile. And to me, that represents this victory that they had over the horde. And it's just interesting that this exact
I do have to say, this is Jordan Peterson after he's smoked like 3 or 4 blunts. This is indistinguishable from what Jordan Peterson would talk about. I guarantee you.
same image pops up over and over again. It's not that much of a variation, but you see it.
Does he think Lord of the Rings was a documentary? I mean, he thinks orcs were real, so probably.
Countless times, this victorious hero over these humanoid creatures that are piled underneath, but also at the same time seem unrelenting. Like it was an unrelenting struggle for dominance that these heroes had in the heroic age, that they could not have their final victory until every last bit of the horde was wiped out. Again, that is kind of what the theme of Attack on Titan is too, that they cannot
Yeah, is he gonna pull up like the Doom poster and like make an argument that Doom is real too?
stop the war until they have their victory, because that motif just seems to be ingrained in some sort of
I enjoyed a good mug of Smith myth. Hell yeah.
genetic memory, and it probably was the case. They probably had to fight tooth and nail until they were victorious and ushered in the age of man. And in the art, we also see the struggle against the giants. These giants are humanoid, but not quite human. They're often ugly. They're often primitive looking. They're
Would you say the giants are often giant?
less well armed, sometimes completely unarmed, and yet they are trying to overwhelm us. They're trying to eat us. They're trying to take away our maidens. And you might say, well,
Help, a giant stole all my maidens. Help. Help. It's not that I don't have any riz, it's that a giant stole my maiden. Guys. Guys, will you help me get my maiden back? My maidens are gone. They've been taken by the giants. Help, help! I'm being repressed.
This is ridiculous. How could there be orcs? How could
All-
there be giants? How could
All those damn Chad giants.
there be ogres? It just sounds too weird. It sounds too fantastical. But is it really? I mean, we have
Yes?
Homo habilis now. We know there was a hobbit-like humanoid. Why is it so far-fetched that there's a orc-like humanoid or something that we're
Because you aren't basing it off of evidence. Your evidence is, I can imagine it, and that's not evidence. Being able to just imagine something doesn't
The
mean
name
it's
of that
real.
maiden? Woke.
It's pronounced woke. The original woman. But like, I don't know. I can imagine a spaceship. That doesn't mean Earth was covered in spaceships a million years ago. I can imagine 70 suns in the sky. That doesn't mean there are 70 suns in our solar system. And that secretly we come from a world where there were 70 suns. I can imagine that the Earth is hollow. That doesn't make it so. I can imagine that everyone is a robot. That doesn't make people robots. It just means I have an imagination. I can imagine a God-shaped hole.
resemble what we would think of as an orc or an ogre, something that, not necessarily have to be an
This
exact
is certainly maidenless behavior.
That's true. That is correct.
one-to-one as Tolkien's representation, but something that was hostile to us, that was not quite
Where the fuck are my pizza trees?
human, but walked on two legs. I think that is a massive aspect of our history that has been lost, that has been hidden, because it kind of goes against the prevailing narrative of, well, everybody just kind of teams up together and gets along in the end.
That's not the dominant narrative. What are you talking about? Survival isn't necessarily always copacetic.
I think if that actually came out of how brutal the struggle was, people would view the world differently. They would view the world that, there was a struggle in the past and there's a continuous struggle in the world. And if we want people to be more easygoing, like-minded,
I'm sorry, we're not even halfway through this. How? Like, are you going to start pulling out some citations? I would love that. I'm primed. I'm ready. I've got my Google debunking stick ready.
Google debunkers.
happy-go-lucky, we're
Yeah, give me some citations to justify the Yakubian devils that roamed the earth.
going to frame history in a different way. We're going to frame history as a more community-oriented advancement rather than a cosmic struggle. And of course, academics and pseudo-academics are not going to like what I have to say about this because they view.
I'm sorry.
And of course, academics and pseudo-academics are not.
This guy is so fringe, he's also against pseudo-academics? Oh dear. Oh no, the hidden history of the human race. Oh god, guys. This guy is so far off the map, he might genuinely think that dreams are relevant citations. Is he not a pseudo-academic? He's so far off the map that even associating the word academic with anything, that's too academic for him.
Going to like what I have to say about this because they view history as established, they view archaeology as established, they view science as established, but it is continuously in flux. We are learning more things all the time, and the narratives of history are constantly changing. For some reason, human history keeps getting older. Cultures are becoming more and more advanced as we discover how people lived in previous eras. And of course, more and more different types of hominids are being discovered all the time. So I think it's only a matter of time before we discover these orcs, these goblins, these trolls, these giants,
I've
these
got good news and bad news for you concerning Jacobean devils.
um Oh God. So I'm looking at a summary of this book right now. Forbidden Archaeology: The Hidden History of the Human Race. Published in 1993 uh by Michael A. Cremo and Richard L. Thompson. And Cremo identifies as a Vedic archaeologist because he believes his findings support the story of humanity described in the Vedas. I'm okay. That's so where we're getting this is in basically the creationism, but not from Christianity. Creationism from the Vedas. Or Vedas. Okay.
hobbits. Well, we've already found the hobbits, but the dwarves are next.
We found the hobbits, then we're gonna find the dwarves, then we're gonna uncover Isengard.
And it's going to come out that all these creatures were real, and we're just experiencing the memories of these creatures through our own myth.
Yeah, Harry and the Hendersons was a documentary, guys.
Even the motif of the damsel in distress, damsels being whisked away by some
Yeah, women have never been whisked away by military forces before. It has to have been dragons and giants.
type of creature, some type of hybrid, some type of dragon, has been recently discovered having a basis in our own blood journey as Cro-Magnons. Look at what's going on with our so-called Neanderthal ancestors. Where does that come from? Where is it being driven from? Well, it's the maternal line, it turns out. All human Neanderthal ancestry has been given to us through the maternal line because it wasn't Cro-Magnon going out there whisking away Neanderthal women, turns out. Turns out it was the Neanderthal males stealing the Cro-Magnon woman, or perhaps
Oh boy, we are in deep with some like we're very very much leaning into the like we're going into some like 1800s era racism. Like we're measuring skull shapes, and we're also trying to say here that like not only are look at the skull shapes, but also clearly the only way we could ever explain women and men between Neanderthals and Homo sapiens interbreeding. The only way we could explain it is if Neanderthals were giants.
the Cro-Magnon women going off with the Neanderthal male. I mean, that's not out of the question either in certain cases, but it's again this motif of something other coming and stealing the women. And this was what happened in our history as Cro-Magnon man emerged in the depths of the Hyborian age, not the Hyperborean age. That was before. And that's probably what's going on with these modern day cryptid encounters with creatures like Bigfoot, creatures like the Yeti.
Aw, hell yeah, dog. Hell yeah. We all have that genetic memory from back when Yetis and Sasquatches and Big Feet were raiding our women. Of course, it all makes sense.
These are the hominid giants, the mythological beings that are still kicking around to this day, and very few in sparse numbers, or possibly not even really around.
Man, can you just like give me any kind of citation for like Sasquatch or Yeti, like any kind of like citation whatsoever for why you're like saying without even blinking that these things are real?
in the modern times, but were around maybe a few centuries ago or a century ago, having a little bit of remnants left until total modernity. But I fully believe that these sightings were real or have been real in the past.
Based on what?
And they, to me, just symbolize what our ancestors were talking about in terms of mythological beings, because it's just clear that there was more than meets the eye, and people love to cite all these ancient Greek philosophers and historians on their high-minded points about reality or their high-minded points about culture, but they tend to pick and choose. They pick and choose. Even biblical-minded people pick and choose. Well,
Is this spirit science? No, this is Hyborian knowledge.
sure, we can take things from the Bible, we can take things from the Greco-Roman sources to extrapolate how we view society should be run, but we're going to
Like, does he think that this worked like a camera? Like a painter, like, pulled up as this scene was playing out and just painted it as it was? Is that what he thinks happened here? The source's vibes? I mean, that's true.
leave it at that. We're not going to accept their tales of the hybrids, of the mermen, of giants or cyclops. No, that wasn't real. You know, the Germanic tribes being highly moral and monogamous, we'll take that. But everything else they say
What are you talking about? Who is saying these things? Who is they?
about mythology and history and hybrids, we're going to just throw that away in the dust. That was just them having a hallucination. It didn't matter. What really matters is their cultural analysis. But to me, it's like you either take it all from a source or you don't. If
I don't know how this is really complicated, but I'll try and break it down for those of you in case it's too like difficult to concept. Humans can be right about some things and wrong about other things. Right? Humans can be correct on one set of things and incorrect on another set of things. For example, you can have a really great and like perfect recipe for a pumpkin pie. And that goes in the pile of things you're correct about. But that same person who has that great pumpkin pie recipe might also believe that they can fly by jumping off of tall buildings. And that goes in the pile of things they're incorrect about. So it's I don't know why it's difficult to acknowledge people in the past could be right about some things and wrong about other things. Because that's something we see clearly demonstrated in our current era. You just don't have his level of whimsy, that's true.
Greco-Roman source is talking about demons, witches, and warlocks and goblins. Why is that wrong, but you're going to take them to a T on their cultural critiques? Shouldn't that mean they're discrediting themselves? Shouldn't that mean you shouldn't take anything they say if they're talking about extremely oddball things like hybrids and cryptids? To me, I have no problem in taking it all.
The problem is when you're looking at first-hand accounts and sources, right? That can their information can usually be checked against the archaeological record in different ways, right? And when we're talking about what comports with the archaeological record and what does not, we have a lot of evidence for things like different historical battles that are recorded, right? By different historians. We do not have uh, evidence of giants in the historical record. We do not have evidence of orcs or elves in the historical record. We don't have that. So that's part of the issue here. There is a lack of evidence on the existence of orcs, etc., 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 and there is a lot of evidence for other things that are corroborated in the historical record, regarded like from different historical sources. When they talk about some things, they are correct, and when they're talking about other things, they are incorrect, as far as we know. Now, as soon as that changes, I will be one of the first to tell you guys. Okay? I will be one of the first to tell you guys if there is archaeological evidence discovered of dragons, because that would be really, really cool. But that hasn't happened yet. So until there is more evidence to establish the existence of dragons, I'm not going to go around and be like, they are trying to hide the existence of dragons from you because they control the historical record.
Google debunkers.
Why not? It seems to be a trend that they're finding more and more of these creatures, finding more and more of these mythical beings.
Whereas Waldo, thank you for the $5 Canadian. I vote to add, I have no problem taking it all to the soundboard. That might be a really good one. That might be a really good one. Are the dragons bad? Indeed.
Beings that, it's always framed that these things are, it's stupid to believe in these things. It's naive to believe in these things. And a lot of the Bigfoot crowd and a lot of the Yeti crowd, they seem to be, I know a lot of them don't have the best representation of somebody who would believe in these types of creatures. But
God, are those veins? Is that Sasquatch just incredibly vascular? What the hell?
It's not necessarily the case that means it's totally wrong and should be just completely dismissed. Very brilliant people who believe in these things throughout history, and why not take their word for it? For example, Herodotus. Everybody loves.
Why not take their word for it? Because people be wrong sometimes.
Log. Hyborian Uga say giant make magnan. He name FOMO and orc. But FOMO from sea and orc from tribe. Also magnan make Hyborian Uga without rubber from tree. Me think magnan make giant mistake.
Basilis, thank you for the $5 dono.
Herodotus, okay? The father of history. Everybody loves to quote him, to cite him when it comes to cultures in the past. But he spoke of monstrous beings in Libya. The dog-headed men, or headless men with their eyes on chests, horned asses, huge serpents, and
horned asses? So one could say they had some horny asses?
One-eyed creatures that fought griffins for gold. Of course, griffins being real as well.
Of course. Just offhandedly, of course, griffins being real as well. This really feels like it has to be a bit to me, but I'm really disturbed by the fact that it's not.
Spoke of the phoenix, flying serpents in Arabia. I believe him. Okay, I'm going to take his word for it. I don't think he is embellishing anything. He was very, very good and very, very accurate in his depictions of cultures around the world. Okay, you should read his book. It's astonishing how accurate he was in his assessment.
Hey, just out of curiosity, how do you know that Herodotus was so accurate? Is it because you can read what Herodotus wrote and then we have archaeological evidence that backs up what Herodotus wrote? Because that feels like the important part. It's the claim and then the verification of said claim, right? And not all of Herodotus's claims
this reminds me of when Animal Planet presented documentaries about dragons and mermaids as if they were real with no disclosure.
I mean, this reminds me of watching like creationist bullshit, like biology classes when I was in Sunday school. Okay, that's what this reminds me of. Also, I'm sorry, Ratramnus 850 AD. Do the dog-headed men have souls? Personally, I think the rat men, as they're rightfully called, do have souls, but a different kind of soul from a human being. And as we all know, when the ratmen die, their souls go down, down, down into the heart of the planet, and it is from thence that the immense heat of our planet rises. I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't know what came over me. The spirit of Curtis Lewa. Oh God, wait, he's still alive. I don't know what that was.
Of the different cultures and their characteristics and what they were doing. And if you look back at it, he's like without modern technology, like, wow, this guy knew so much. I think he's right about the creatures in Libya. Okay. I think there was something going on there. I think he's right about the flying serpents in Arabia. And that goes into Lemuria, which we will talk about in a different
Fucking of course this guy is going into Lemuria. We're getting into some Golden Sun the Lost Age shenanigans.
time. Pliny the Elder. Again, everyone loves Pliny the Elder. He spoke of unicorns. Okay. Manticores from India. A lion-bodied creature with a human face. Basilisks. The basilisk thing to me is very definitely, it doesn't even have to be mythological. It just has to be a giant snake.
What? Yeah, dog. For sure.
And there's lots of motifs about Indo-Europeans fighting the giant serpent, the giant snake. Okay, and the Pegasus. Again, it's just, to me, these guys are like,
Yeah, it's just to me, of course they were real. Based on nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
like the pillars of history, and they're talking about,
Yeah, also it's very hypervisor, exactly. The Indo-European name drop. I think this guy might be borrowing from some Nazi esotericism here.
unicorns and Pegasuses and basilisks. It's like, why would that not be taken into account? And if it is what they're talking about, why don't we just discredit them? Why are we saying, well, okay, I'm going to quote this guy who's talking about unicorns every time I can because I want to sound smart. But meantime, he's talking about unicorns and Pegasus all the time. And that's the thing to me.
Yeah, because God, this guy really should have tried to cheat on more tests in school, right? Right, like, and I don't say that to condone cheating. I just what I mean by this is like, what do kids who cheat on their tests do? They look at the tests of someone who's smarter than them, right? So, if you look and copy the answers of the smartest kid in your class, sometimes they don't get 100% on the tests. Sometimes they're wrong about things because people can be wrong sometimes. God wants to tell him that the Indo of Indo-European refers to India. God. Not just Nazi esotericism, we're also getting H.P. Blavatsky's Hyperborea. Oh yeah, no, that too, yes. You know, we're basically, look, okay, we need to have a serious conversation right now, okay? Because one of the things we need to all understand is that this guy exists in a very unique in a very unique position, right? Which is that their jobs are going to be taken away from them by AI, right? This guy cannot survive without AI. Or, sorry, cannot survive with AI existing, right? It's just not possible. And I'm going to explain that to you real quick with this.
Holy shit, H. Jones, get the fuck out of here.
We need to go now. The deep state is scraping our signals. They're eating the babies. No time to explain.
Go where? It's 4 a.m. Nigga, what the fuck?
Antarctica.
Nobody else, so we can be free. Nobody else, so we can be free. All the things you said, all the things you said, running through my head, running through my head, running through my head. All the things you said, all the things you said, running through my head.
What is this place?
Home.
I'll see you in Valhalla.
Yeah, as you can see, the existence of this video puts a channel like Hyperborean Knowledge, or Hyborian Knowledge rather, out of business. Like, right down to the on-the-nose Nazi imagery throughout. Like, it has at least 7 different conspiracy theories within 1 minute. I mean, it's just concentrated Nazi esotericism. Like, it's just like ejecting that straight. Yeah, it's Nazi crack. Exactly, it's Nazi crack. And the problem is the kinds of people who are attracted to Nazi crack are going to opt for the short hits of it rather than the 20 plus minutes of it. And frankly, this guy is doing everything that video did, but much more slowly and less interestingly. You know? It's Nazi meth. I see what you did there.
To me, it's that these things will
Yeah, this is organic Nazi crack, as opposed to the AI Nazi crack, which is synthetic, of course.
be uncovered, that these things were real. And you could take it, okay, well, it's an archetypal creature. And yeah, I get that, and I accept that, and I think that's true on a level.
God, Nazis are just the dumbest motherfuckers.
I don't dispute that, but I think if you really want to go the extra mile, which is what we do on this channel, we go the extra mile. We don't sum things up to just being purely archetypal. We don't sum things up being purely psychological. We take into account the metaphysical. We take into account Hyperborea being actually real and Atlantis being actually real.
Oh, hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, Atlantis. It's real. It definitely wasn't just a hypothetical city to talk about society planning. No, it was literally real.
And the gods being actually real. Because I'm not afraid, and a lot of you have come to that conclusion too, and have followed me to that conclusion as to why are we so afraid to espouse these beliefs and to want to go that extra mile where so many other people who are more trying to frame themselves as academics or pseudo academics, why are they so afraid to take the leap? Because they're essentially afraid to look foolish amongst, I don't know, other academics, or they want to break into that.
Yes, that's the case, isn't it? We're all the academics of the world, they actually know the truth about giants and orcs and elves, but they're all withholding the truth because they think it might make them look silly. We got them.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got them.
Field, or they want to be taken seriously in the modern world by modern people who have
like guys, when we talk when we talk about Nazis being anti-empiricist, right? When we talk about the Umberto Eco's, 14 points of fascism, I think a lot of people get confused about what it means to reject empiricism, like rejecting like actual like facts and logic and rejecting like reality itself, right? This is what they replace reality with. Because what it does is create a permission structure that sets in a position of primacy a heroic myth of self-sacrifice that, essentially allows ideologically the death mentality of Nazism, where everyone is secretly the inheritor of heroism and everyone should sacrifice for the greater good of the country, up to and including your own life. Never, of course, the lives of the rich and the powerful, but the lives of the common folk. They're all up for grabs. Into the meat grinder with you, boys. And it also disarms the intellectual tools that would otherwise be able to show, like, no, guys, of course this is full on horseshit. Like, of course it is. There's no evidence for this whatsoever. There's no, there aren't archaeological finds that back any of this up. This is all fabricated whole cloth. And, I know a lot of us are like, his evidence is trust me, bro. But, like, that is, it's kind of a loyalty test, right? Like, it's a loyalty test. Are you more loyal to the cause, or are you more loyal to your eyes and ears? And if you can get people more loyal to the cause than to their eyes and ears, then that you can get them to do anything, right? And once you've taken away the tools that would allow someone to critically think their way out of this complete nonsense argument of worldview, like, once you've taken those tools away, it's really hard to break out of, right? And sorry, I'm getting a little choked up. It's like a dust or something in here. But there's also the element here where people are like, once they're in, they're in. They don't want to look like a fool when they're leaving. So it creates a sense of buy-in, of course, but it also which acts as like kind of a glue for the social political movement. But it also paints people who believe it as perpetual victims. You aren't incorrect. You are actually the victim of an entire global conspiracy to protect the real history that you know, and all academics secretly know, but they're not telling you what it is because they don't want to be embarrassed and they don't want to experience any kind of retribution from them, right? Like, that's how this works. It's all just conspiro theory. Wow, I can't talk. Conspiro-slop theory. Because there's no, like, even cohesiveness within the conspiracy theory. It's just, yeah, sure, elves are real, and Grendel's real, and dwarves are real, and hobbits are real, and orcs are real, and gnomes are real, the fae folk are real, giants are real, cyclops are real, griffins are real, chimeras are real, Pegasus are real, unicorns real, it's all real, anything you can imagine, it's real, all right? That's it. That, like, there's no actual intellectual process behind it whatsoever. That's kind of where we're at. It's dangerous. Like, we do make fun of it, but I make fun of it in an attempt, hopefully well-guided attempt, to inoculate you guys from this shit. Because if you are just passively watching this and absorbing it, it is deadly for your health.
No actual sense of true
Yeah, the basilisk, not real, though. Just a big snake.
history. And why does it matter to be taken seriously by modern people to begin with? Because modern people are fallen. Modern people, for the most part, in general, I should say, are not as advanced as we used to be. And that's the traditionalist perspective, at least. So to me, it's very clear that we were surrounded by
Yeah, a giant came and stole all the heat out of my coffee. That's why it's cold.
these types of entities from these types of creatures, and that there was this struggle, there was this war, and of course it wasn't that just Cro-Magnon was just Team Cro-Magnon. Of course, there was going to be factions even within factions of all these competing hominids and beings and creatures. But over time, they were hunted down. They were destroyed. They were taken away from this world. And that's also
They were hunted down, destroyed, and taken away from this world. Did the aliens take them? I immediately regret saying that because I feel like the second I press the play button, that is going to be what he intended to imply here.
a motif. The monster hunter hunting down these creatures, The Witcher, Van Helsing.
Yeah, exactly. There's no evidence of them existing because the aliens took them away. You broke the codes down, man.
These types of heroes who were employed in the past, and their job was to go out and find these beings. And
Van Helsing, real. Vampires, real. Underworld, real.
the remnants of these beings. Beowulf, for example, is a perfect example of this. He was hunting down the last of these trolls in Scandinavia, and that's why he got so much prestige. That's where he got his prestige buff from, was hunting
Beowulf's not real. My guy.
down all these creatures in Scandinavia and killing them. Okay. It's right there in the history. But again, it's too taboo to view it like that, or people just view you as being naive. But I think it's naive to not believe in things other than human beings as being intelligent, powerful. I think
Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, real. Exactly.
a lot of it is the hubris of humanism in general. Humanism stemming from the Enlightenment.
How am I supposed to interpret this image? I'm Twilight, real. True. Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein, also real.
Proposing that human beings are the most advanced creatures on Earth, that we're Darwinian, that we are the highest pinnacle that there has ever been, and things are becoming more and more complex over time. Which to me,
Yeah, they're at a God conference, of course. Got to play Assassin's Creed Origins to see the truth of reality.
is false, because you can look at the past and things were more complex or just as complex, or human beings were superior in a lot of ways, especially even Cro-Magnon. If you look at his cranial capacity,
Oh my god, we're fucking doing skull shapes. We're doing this skull shapes shit. Oh god. We're doing skull shapes and like race realism. Let's go.
on average, higher than the average human today. So are we devolving or are we evolving? Well, the traditionalist perspective is that we are devolving.
What? We're devolving?
Over time. And sure, there's remnants, there's pockets, there's people who are getting better looking or getting taller.
What do you? That's not how evolution works, man.
Horace, I'm going to have to refer you to Robert's rules for this meeting. Set has the floor, and if you have an issue with what they're saying, you can't just summon a firehawk. Make a point of order.
God,
But maybe if they are even physically
By the way, if you are joining DSA, learning Robert's Rules of Order would help you a lot, probably.
Becoming more aesthetic. It doesn't necessarily mean spiritually they're becoming more powerful, more advanced. I'm interested to know if any of you guys have had any
Don't tell Gutsick Gibbon this exists. Oh, Gutsick would like die.
experiences with some sort of cryptid or hybrid or mythological being. I know I've had a few, one for certain that I
Tell us, what cryptid experience do you have? Also, does this mean Junji Ito's holes that were made for each one of us? Is that real too? Does that speak to our genetic memory of going in perfectly human-sized holes? You know, because if so, I think it might imply the existence of something.
You have a God-shaped hole.
believe I saw. Now, okay, my mind and my eyes could be playing tricks on me, but I know what I saw. I saw what I saw.
And what I saw was a giant frog holding a sparkler. It walked around and said, "Yeehaw!" and then stole my cowboy boots and ran off into the wilderness.
I'm not saying it happened for sure, but it seemed very real. And I definitely saw some sort of hybrid or some sort of goblin like being crossing the street on a country road one time. And to me, it was just real. It seemed real because the way it moved, the way it shambled, it was bipedal clearly. I had to slow down, and it didn't seem bothered. It was so I don't know. Like I think it was some sort of like ditch troll or ditch goblin. Like it.
Oh yeah, you know, your run of the mill ditch troll. Couldn't have possibly been a bear. Well, guys, clearly what happened, all right? Clearly what happened here is that this guy watched the movie Troll Hunter and then took a nighttime drive out in the countryside, okay? Which, if you haven't seen Troll Hunter, 10 out of 10 film. No, like, this guy just saw this and thought, "Oh, that's real." Look, they have a camera crew. It's actual found footage. Also, it's just a good movie. You guys should honestly, if you take anything away from this segment, you should go watch Troll Hunter. It's actually legitimately a good and fun movie. All right. It's one of my fave cult classics.
It was going into the ditch. It probably lived under the bridge. I don't know what happened there. I didn't.
Wait, was it near a ditch or a bridge? Get your story straight, man. We need to know. Is it a ditch troll or a bridge troll? Very different rules.
Asked it any questions. I just went on with my day because I didn't want any trouble with this creature. Okay.
I didn't ask it any
Do
questions.
you have ditch troll problem? Finding the skulls of goblins and adventurers on your lawn? Discarded limbs clogging up your plumbing. We can help.
www.ditchwitch.com. Both. It was a bridge over a ditch. The rarest form of troll. A bitch troll.
Sure, maybe I didn't see it, but it looked real to me, okay? It looked real to me. Now, I'm sure some of you have some experiences, and I'm not going to discount it. I'm not going to discount it, especially people in Ireland and Iceland. This isn't even really taboo, okay? They still have the fairy folk. They still have the fairy trees. You don't mess around, okay? If anyone has any
I'm sorry. I have to remark. People have changed. Alchemically altered.
Celtic grandmothers, like, they told you,
God.
don't mess around with the fairy folk. And so I'm going to leave it at that today. If you like the video,
I love that at the tail end of this, not only are we talking about giants, not only are we talking about goblins and orcs and elves. No. We're also fairies are also real, okay? Very, very important. Are you playing D&D? Unfortunately not. We're dealing with some weapons grade brain rot, okay? Also, we got this. Here we go. Here we go. This is really the main takeaway, okay? The main takeaway from this is that everything portrayed in Troll 2, 100% accurate to reality.
You're late.
I'm sorry we had a small mishap.
Here are the keys. Here are ours.
Have a nice stay in Millbog.
And you in our city.
Still telling the same story, Josh?
Yeah, Josh. You little bastard.
Powers of evil are very strong here. I must leave.
You got Magic Grandpa. You got goblins, not trolls.
Goblins don't exist. Goblins don't exist.
And remember,
you can't piss on hospitality. I won't allow it.
Calm down, I'm sick!
they're eating her! Then they're going to eat me!
Oh my god!
So dizzy.
Kids with a sweet tooth like yours love ice cream.
Delicious. And purified.
I order you for the sacred power of the magic stones.
No! I'm done being magic! Troll 2. Incredible stuff. Oh my god! Alright. Anyway, that was not Hyperborean. Wait, no, it was Hyperborean knowledge. I think we all feel a little bit stupider now, but hopefully you guys now hold a desire within your hearts to watch Troll Hunter and Troll 2. Both top-tier films. in very different ways. This is the first time you've seen any of that. Oh god. If you guys are unfamiliar with Troll 2, I highly, highly, highly recommend that you guys get a couple of friends together and watch Troll 2 together. You know, preferably with like some kind of alcoholic beverage or some kind of good bud, because Troll 2 is genuinely one of the funniest communal cinematic experiences you can have. It is it is absolute off the wall batshit from the moment it begins, and it's honestly incredible. Check it out. Okay. Anyway, if you got anything out of this segment, get organized, folks. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Join Progressive Victory. Is it necessary to watch Troll 1? Absolutely not. They have nothing to do with each other. And Troll 2 has no trolls in it. It has goblins in it. There are no trolls. Anyway, if you need help joining your local Dems, if you need help joining your local DSA, we can help you do it. Join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. They have years of experience between the two of them. They can help you out. We want to get you involved. Go do it, okay? And you can also check out Progressive Victory, which will help plug you directly into different electoral outfits across the country to do door knocking, phone banking, text banking, all that good stuff. And a link for that should be down below in the description, so go check that out. And if you got anything out of this video, hit the like button, leave a comment. What most did you learn? What Hyperborean knowledge did you develop during this segment? Let me know in the comments, and hit the subscribe button on your way out. And also, folks, last also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. It is gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie, and it's non-tucking. So go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com, link down in the description, and let's keep on going. There we go. We did it. We did it. We did it. We did it. Now, I saw a question in Vertical Chat a couple minutes ago. Let me pull that up real quick. There it is. From Clark510. Why do most trans people support Palestinians despite them being homophobic and transphobic people? I wouldn't care about them if hated me for who I am. Well, it's because a lot of trans people disagree with the idea of genocide, regardless of who's the target of genocide. Like, trans people in general oppose efforts to ethnically cleanse and otherwise wipe out entire groups of people, and it doesn't matter if some of them are bigoted. They still just they shouldn't be wiped out on the basis of their ethnicity. And like, also, not every Palestinian is a bigot. Also an important caveat there. Like, genocide is bad and wrong in all cases. So, I guess most trans people just have a functional moral compass. Like, I don't know, if the only reason you don't support genocide against a group is because, if the only reason you think genocide is wrong is because, well, those people were nice to us, and not just that the act of genocide itself is a crime against all humanity. Like, you've got some soul searching to do. Can you give me some ideas on how to get a boyfriend? I'm a guy. This is hard for real. Go to a gay bar and, like, I don't know, get some drinks and dance with some folks. Or, like, I don't know, figure out, go do like an activity in like a gay, I don't know, hiking group or something. Like, go do something you enjoy with other queer people, and I'm sure you'll be able to hook up with somebody in no time. Yeah, be yourself, and like, you're gonna be fine. Sylvie DB, I'm sorry the YouTube keeps eating the comments. It might also be that you're on top chat instead of live chat over on YouTube. You have to manually switch it over to live chat, otherwise you will not see every single comment that comes in, which is also a frustration for myself and the mods, just as an FYI. It's June, gays will be swimming outside. That's true. That's true. It's just completely eating every chat, even if I say hi. Well, I don't know how to help you with that. I'm sorry. Oof, I'm a sleepy lady. Also, Electra, thank you for the $3 tip. Appreciate you. And folks, we've been going for almost 2 hours now, believe it or not. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, share the stream around, and do consider supporting the stream with your subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. You guys make this show possible, and we are well on our way to our next goal. Go! Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click button, click Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's see. Pride is canceled. Fags don't need a fucking month of indoctrination to kids that don't need to see perverted sex acts. 1, kids aren't seeing perverted sex acts. 2, Pride isn't canceled. And 3, us fags don't get a month. I don't really know what's difficult for you very intelligent people to wrap your heads around, but Pride is a parade and a protest that happens basically once a month within Pride Month. And what happens is some businesses like to change decor for a month. Kind of like how Halloween is, just one day, but people change the decor for Halloween for like an entire month. It's kind of like that. Except because cities and villages and towns make plans for different Pride events, there needs to be flexibility in when you plan that, because not every city or town or area has a single day of Pride that they have every year on the same date. So sometimes it needs to shift weekends for whatever reason. Like, I guess like the only way you could not understand that is if you've never had to plan anything on your calendar, which I suppose is possible. But like, I don't know, just seems weird. Here in Tennessee, they're trying to ban Pride Month so they can replace it with Nuclear Family Month. Governor Lee already has tried passing a bill. It's so cringe. But like, I'm genuinely baffled by this, because a lot of conservatives seem to think that Pride Month is like legally a thing, and that if you just take away the legal recognition of Pride will stop happening. which is not historically how that has worked. Like, that's not how Pride started, and it's not how it's gonna end either. So, like, I, I don't know. That's why Balatro prevented straights from scoring this month. That's true. Balatro, well, that's the thing, right? I view it as kind of like a spectrum, if you will. Pride, if you're really cool, is celebrated for a full month. But if you're just, a local municipality and you're trying to just do like a day, that's also acceptable. But people who are cooler can do it for a longer period of time. That's my take on it. Oh god. The Ice Out poster is peak. I agree. I think it's great. Get the fuck out of my city and state. Also, good point, except for the fact that I'm chopped. Look, if you're upset that you're gay and you can't find a boyfriend, then you need to like reposition your priorities, right? Because if your priorities are I'm gay and I can't find a boyfriend, and that makes me really sad, and it must be because I'm ugly and unlikable. Well, that's just your brain lying to you. Everybody's brain lies to them like that. If you let it, your brain will lie to you like that forever. The way you break out of that is by focusing on what you can control, the things you can do, right? It's one of the reasons why when I said go find like a gay hiking club or a gay club dedicated to doing what you want to do or a queer club dedicated to doing what you like to do anyway. I'm sure there are queer Magic the Gathering clubs, for instance, wherever you are. Like you go and do the thing you like, and you simultaneously also just work on yourself, work on being like the best friend you can be, the best kind of man that you can be and want to be, right? Like, you shift your priorities, because if you're just working out to try and attract someone, that's terrible motivation. It's bad motivation, because you should be working out because you are worth working out for. You should be working out because it makes you feel good. Not because of you're worried about what other people think, but because you feel better after working out. You feel more confident after working out. These are the things you have to build inside your own self, right? And when you start building yourself up and treating yourself like you have worth, other people will see that and follow suit. Yeah, work out to attract yourself. Work out so that you can look in the mirror and be like, hot damn, I look good. You know? Exactly. What does Pride Month mean to someone who fits in that? I'm straight. Maybe I don't get that there's no need for straight pride. Just wondering. That's actually an excellent question, Jack
You work
Sprite.
out because you love yourself.
Yeah,
Romantic cat face
exactly.
emoji.
2D Synctium, like, when my brain shifted from I work out because I want to like look good for other people, and because like my motivation was coming from a place of insecurity. When that shifted to I work out because it makes my brain feel better. I work out because I like how I feel afterwards. That shift, I think, was really profound and meaningful for me. I work out because I'm worth it and I love myself. And I think like I need to cultivate that love. Cuz love takes work. It takes work to love others, it takes work to love yourself. Right? Absolutely. And thank you for the $20 super chat. Very much appreciated. And what does Pride Month mean to someone who fits in that? I'm straight. Maybe I don't get that there's no need. Maybe I don't get that there's no need for straight pride. Just wondering. Well, because pride is built off of a civil rights movement, right? The reason there's no straight pride is because there was never like oppression directed at straight people. There was never like a LGBTQ conate that swept in and like any straight couple who was caught holding hands was like beaten and killed. Like that wasn't the thing, right? So the reason Pride is celebrated is because the people who exist today who are openly queer and openly trans, um, they exist and are able to continue fighting for their rights because people in the past dedicated their time, their efforts, they put their bodies on the line, their lives on the line in some cases, in order to secure rights for LGBTQ people, right? Pride is a celebration to honor those people who made those sacrifices. Um, and like, we should be proud that we inherit this legacy of civil rights activism within the LGBTQ community, right? Because the reason it's called Pride at all is because for centuries, being out was something to be ashamed of. You know, it was something to be euphemized by your friends and family. Oh, that he's just a lovely old bachelor. Oh, she just lives with her with her very close friend. Like, it was not something to be openly acknowledged in public. It was not something that could be tolerated in some families. And in fact, many people were disowned. They lost everything as a result of being found out for being queer. People in America were beaten and arrested by cops for sitting on certain park benches that were known to be where queer people would sit in order to try and meet one another. Uh, Bathhouses were raided by cops. Bars were raided by cops. If you were caught wearing too many elements of the wrong clothing, you could be arrested and put in prison. If you were caught being gay, you could be arrested and put in prison. Like, these are all things that there were very real and systematized consequences for in the past. And so the effort of the civil rights movement regarding like and the queer rights movement was to build up an infrastructure that said no more of that. We are equal human beings. We are deserving of the same rights and respect. We should be able to live openly and honestly as ourselves, and we should not be oppressed for doing so. And like, that's kind of the thing. It's not just gay people being like exuberantly gay because like we just have to be fabulous and we have to like indoctrinate the youth. Like, it has nothing to do with any of that. It has everything to do with looking back at where we came from and celebrating the sacrifices that led us to this moment while committing to do even better as we move forward. So I hope that answers the question, right? Great response. Makes sense to me. It almost feels like I almost feel like a clown for asking. I'm glad you did though. Right? Like, it's important because some people never hear why there is a Pride Month. A lot of conservatives are just like, I'm angry because it exists and I have to see it. Like, I just saw a story the other day about uh like a municipal worker in like Idaho or something suing the state government because there was a pride flag at his work and he had to see it. Like, just because he had to see a pride flag at work. And like, that's not oppression. Like, that, imagine if like a gay couple tried to sue the state government because they saw straight people at work. Like, that's silly. That's silly. Doing even better sodomy? You know what? God, inshallah. Inshallah, brother. May we all experience better sodomy.
Of course, by a 2025.
Stop it, Calpen. Not now. It is also worth knowing, just as an FYI, sodomy does include oral sex. Just as an FYI. This should be clipped and made into a short. You know what? We'll put a little marker here. Maybe we can make it into a short. Maybe we can do that. Anytime you guys see something that would make a good short, let me know. I'll try and mark it so we can get it. Are the trolls out in force tonight? I mean, vertical chat always has trolls, but you know, we're doing our best. We're not afraid to throw up the shields if it gets too overwhelming. Have you considered doing a Pride history segment sometime? You know, I hadn't, but now I will. Now I'll consider it. Mostly I need to have more time. I need to have more time to like sit down and prep stuff, right? Because right now I'm doing everything I can to try and keep up with both the things I commit to you guys in moments of weakness, right? And also keep up with the news. And that's been hard right now. I think I don't want to be down on that idea because I really like it. But if I have to be completely honest with you, it's probably something that will happen in a post-Trump 2 world. Because right now, there is so much news and so much, like, fucking shit going on that, like, I have, like, no time to do the other things that I need to get done. How about teaching us gay medieval history? Maybe. I would love to do that too. There are nuns were up to a lot of fucking gay shit. All right. They said inshallah. Yeah, means God willing. But am I a Muslim? No, it's just Arabic. I think a big problem is in areas like mine where there isn't much representation of pride or queer culture. Being queer becomes more about dodging being a stereotype to all the normies. That can be very true. Having been in a lot of rural Minnesota throughout my life growing up, absolutely, that's a big thing. Inshallah is so fun to say. It is. It is. Did I talk about Dan Sullivan versus Dan Sullivan? I did not, and I'm probably not going to, sadly. Wait, I think Cloud Dancer was okay. I think they were doing okay. Let's see here. I'm gonna be honest, this stream is too suspiciously wholesome. What's the catch? I don't know. I feel like it's I do feel like I am a very wholesome streamer, despite the fact that the first half of our stream today was talking about a fucking Nazi fabulist or fantasist. There we go. All right. You know what? Totally fair. The horrors do not stop. It's true. I would like for the horrors, you know, it'd be really great if we had someone like Zoran Mamdani in charge of America, and instead of like constantly having to talk about the fact that Donald Trump is threatening genocide, and instead we could just like be talking about like, hey, this new taxation policy. I could spend like an hour talking about the new taxation policies and how they're going to like help fund public transit, and then like we could transition into like several other like light topics, maybe like do a deep dive on historical movements. It could be really really fun, you know. No balls, you won't say inshallah in Iran. No balls, you won't say inshallah in Iran. Send me a video of you saying inshallah in Iran. And then I'll send you a video of me saying inshallah in Iran. We'll have a inshallah off. Inshallah. I'd like to actually like a president for once. Wouldn't that be nice? To underline your constant calls to organize, doing stuff with with JVP and volunteering for Milat Kiros has given me a lot of energy and hope. Hell yeah. People say inshallah in Iran all the fucking time. It takes no balls. All right. Also, the human brain is geared by some jacked up twist of nature to actively seek out threats and look for problems where there are none. The weird bowl of tapioca pudding in the bone jar with enough electricity to barely power an alarm clock is somehow you and simultaneously your own worst enemy, and it's your job to tell it, hey, brain, shut up, stop being a hater, I got this. It's true! Glory of the Void! Very true. You have to master yourself before you can master, uh, you know, anything outside of yourself. Are we saying enchilada? No, we're saying inshallah. Which is, you know, God willing in Arabic. And then everyone started saying enchilada for funsies. Inshallah, I'm transing my gender for this Pride Month. Hell yeah, Billy. You got this. Okay, you guys ready for our next segment here? We're going to talk about Trump threatening genocide and being deep in a collapse. Also, folks, we are at 274. When we get to 500, we will do another Hyperborea knowledge video. I think we'll only wind up doing two. These are two of the most viewed ones on his channel, but I think two from this guy will be enough, and then we'll shift to something else, right? You support Mamdani? Does that mean you support Sharia law? No, because Zoran Mamdani doesn't support Sharia law. All right. I was having a conversation with someone recently, and I had to explain that trans intersex folks exist, though I don't know how common that is. Well, I mean, intersex is as common as having red hair. So, like, it's not that uncommon. You should support Sharia law? I don't think so. I'm not a theocrat. I'm sorry. I want my more Hyperborea knowledge, but my bank account is getting angry at my poor spending habits. That's a-okay, Nocturnal 8999. Oh, wait. Real quick, I did want to do another like short segment real quick. I'm reminded that this exists specifically because the chatter in vertical chat reminded me about Zoran Mamdani, and it's relevant. Here we are. Now, let's it'll be a quick one. It'll be a quick one, okay? So, folks, I need to talk to you guys because, well, I have never seen Ben Shapiro flailing so pathetically in my life. and only for him to instantly get mugged, right? By not just like one guy, but like 4 people, and it's genuinely incredible. It's one of the best things I've ever seen, and one of the best things I've ever seen in politics. And like I know I've talked about how Daily Wire's bottom of the barrel. I know I've talked about how they are flailing, screaming, vomiting. They're not doing okay, right? Their numbers are terrible. But like it's one thing to know that abstractly, but take a look at this.
Okay, meanwhile, speaking of threats significantly closer to home, at least at this moment, New York, Zoran Mamdani, Brad Lander, the pick by Zoran Mamdani for DSA in Congress, a person named Chevalier and Valdez, all of these people are far lefties, aired an ad in an NBA Finals game last night, game 1 of the NBA Finals. This is where we are right now. And this is why New York must lose. I know I have a lot of fans and friends who are Knicks fans. But for the good of the United States, New York must lose. Because otherwise, you're going to have these people celebrating.
Now, it is deeply funny to me that for 2 reasons here, what Ben Shapiro is about to do. Number 1, because the idea of Ben Shapiro being a sports guy just does not at all ring true to me based on everything about him. And maybe he is a sports guy, but like he does not make that his one of his things, right? But number 2, just come on guys, we all have to team up and beat these guys because otherwise they're going to destroy the country. And then he plays this.
Here's the ad.
New York, we know anything's possible with a great team.
I'm Brad Lander, and I'll block billionaires from buying our elections.
I'm Maria Elisa Avila Chevalier, and I'll defend New York by abolishing ICE.
Israel
I'm
doesn't
Claire
exist
Valdez,
in
and I'll
abolish
stand
ICE.
up against bad landlords and greedy corporations.
Get out and vote. This is the team. This is our year.
I'm Brad Lander.
I'm Claire Valdez. I'm Maria Elisa Avila Chevalier, and we approve this message.
Oh, so they put a political ad in the middle of the Knicks game because it's so New York. If you're in favor of socialism, so for the sake of America, the Knicks must lose. Also, I gotta say, I don't know what Mitch Johnson, the coach of the Spurs, what were you doing last night? Literally, what were you doing? Okay. Meanwhile, speaking of,
I just like incredible, because I would never have known about this ad. I don't care about sports. I do not care about sports, but you know what? I am very politically brain poisoned. So thank you, Ben Shapiro, for amplifying that ad and making sure that everyone who didn't get that broadcasted to them during the Knicks game, thank you for making sure we all have now seen that ad. You know that ad where Zoran Mamdani looks cool while playing basketball and then also brings in Brad Lander, Chevalier, and like he brings in like a fucking dream team of socialist endorsed candidates that you can vote for to bring to the national level. Oh no. Like it's incredible. It's incredible to see Ben Shapiro fail to realize how out of his depth he is at trying to attack Zoran Mamdani's team like this. Because this is like genuinely, as far as like political ads go, they're basically just going, I'm Brad Lander, and I'm for good things. I'm Chevalier, and I think we should abolish ICE. You know, I'm Zoran Mamdani, and I think we should make things fast and free. Together, we form Socialist Squad. And it's just like, if you're someone watching that ad, you're like, wait, I do like all of those things. Hey, wait a minute, I do hate ICE coming into my community and arresting random, like, black and brown people. Hey, wait a minute, I do want those guys to win. Like, Ben Shapiro actually unintentionally here cut an even better ad for all 4 of them. Like, honestly, play this in New York. Play this in New York, all right? play this conservative shitheel that's known on the national stage calling for the Knicks to lose because they support these candidates. It's genuinely politically poisonous, and it's incredible to me that a veteran like talking head like Ben Shapiro wouldn't realize that optically he just mogged himself. And that's all I really have to say about it. I thought this was very, very funny when I saw it. Anyway, if you got anything out of this, folks, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know, how mogged do you think Ben Shapiro actually is? Let me know in the comments. And also, organize with your local Dems, folks. Organize with your local DSA. Organize with Progressive Victory.
Happy Pride Month, and thank you for being here.
Celestial Heart, thank you for the $10 dono. Happy Pride Month to you as well. I very much appreciate your support. People like you make this show possible. And, folks, we can help you get organized in your local Dems. Join our Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems and making them more progressive. Reach out to Gamergy for help joining your local DSA and making them more effective. We need more people to be organizing to make DSA like New York City DSA, but everywhere. We need to replicate the forces that brought Zoran Mamdani into office. We need to replicate them from sea to shining sea, all right? We need to make our local Democrats more responsive to working class people. We need to make this political system work for us, all right? And we can help you take your first steps in being a part of the solution to this. So join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy, reach out to Dragonfly. We'll get you sorted. And also, if you're interested in getting directly plugged into different electoral campaigns for people across the country, not just in your local area, you can join Progressive Victory, and they will put you on the track to knock doors, phone bank, text bank, etc., for different candidates across the country who are leftists. So all that being said, folks, there's a link for Progressive Victory down below. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It's comfortable, sexy lingerie that's non-tucking. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com, link down in the description. Let's keep on going. We did it, folks. Oof. This has been a great stream. Just randomly hopped on. It's been great. Thank you so much for answering my questions. Sorry to everyone else in chat that had to read for having to read my idiotic messages. You don't have to apologize for that. You're amongst fellow idiots here. We're all idiots. Which just is another word for saying we are all learning. We are all growing, and we are all constantly striving and seeking to know more and do better. I claim supportive idiot status. Thank you, Mathblade. Another Segi down. Also, we're not done yet. We're just knocking out different segments that can be put up on the YouTube as standalone vids. Because oddly enough, despite the fact that the stream has really been doing well numbers-wise, the vast majority of my viewership comes from the VODs that get uploaded, the videos that go up. So yeah, do keep coming back, folks. You guys are making this stream bigger and better every single time you're here. And guess what? We are currently at 222 likes on the YouTube stream. I'm very proud of you guys. However, I am still going to neg you a little bit. We currently have like 350 people watching on the YouTube horizontal stream alone. And you know, I do think we could hit 300 likes. I do think we could do it. And also, we only have like 60 likes on the vertical stream. I think we could do better. I think we can do better. I think we can hit 100 likes on the vertical stream. I think we can hit 300 likes on the horizontal stream. I believe in you guys. I think you can do it. Welcome to Blood on the Clock Tower reference. I need to learn more about Blood on the Clock Tower. It seems cool. I went over to Kat Abu Ghazaleh's old headquarters to get linked in. I'll probably be helping them out since they're so close while I get my social legs under me. Hell yeah, Winby! That sounds like an excellent plan. Did you guys ever realize that when Jesus was pooping, he had to wipe with his hand? I bet you would slip a finger in, but not Jesus. A sinless wipe is a sinless life. What? Oh, God. Karen Ale, we're about to talk about it. Don't you worry. Gonna refresh some tabs and we'll hop on into it. May Fanny Longlegs, thank you for the 1,000 jewels. Very much appreciated. Almost crashed my computer by reloading so many tabs. I'll be a little bit more careful here. All right, all right. Yeah, cool. It is very hot. It is very hot under these lights, just as an FYI. All right. You guys ready for our main content of the night? It does require shifting into a bit of a serious mode, okay? Kiss Majol, thank you. I wore an outfit today while my partner and I were running errands, and she told me that I looked like a fucking superhero. I felt really cool. It was not this outfit, just to be clear. Serious mode? Okay, cool. So, folks, I want to talk to you guys about the fact that Donald Trump is experiencing profound mental collapse in real time. And I know that this might sound like a story I have talked about numerous times, but I'm going to keep ringing this bell because it's really alarming, and it keeps getting more alarming as every day passes. And it's gotten to the point where he is now unintentionally threatening genocide. Just idly getting asked a question that is completely unrelated and then just inserting genocide into his answer. And it's really weird and really dangerous. And I want to talk about it because it has profound implications for basically everything that is emanating out of the White House right now. And I want to start with this post from the White House Twitter account, which just says, "Trust in Trump. Just sit back and relax. It will all work out well in the end. It always does." And I gotta tell you guys, when we're in the situation where the White House just feels compelled to put out the message, "Relax, don't worry about it. It'll all work out in the end." This really sounds bad. This sounds like some truly bad shit is happening. And yeah, it's like I'm still old enough to remember when I was a child and like my parents were like, you have to respect the president. The president is he's always reliable and truthful, and like you gotta respect the office of the president, and the president speaks like a leader. And now we're just getting shh, shh, don't worry about it, baby. Don't worry. And it's just like, oh, this is bad. Like, this is genuinely awful. But it's not even like the worst thing that's been going on, right? If you just start looking at his Truth Social account, it's honestly batshit. It's complete and utter batshit. You have, like, this is the most recent post on it. It's just Hunter Biden drawing Donald Trump. It says greatest president. What? What the fuck? The ballroom is coming along fantastically well. It's on time and under budget, unlike the Federal Reserve Building, where Too Late has done a terrible job of cost and time control. It's much higher quality than I ever promised, including the drone port. And we're going to get to the drone port in a little bit, but guys, we're in the middle of like an economic recession that could very well spiral into an economic depression, and this guy is just schizo posting about his fucking ballroom expansion to the White House. He's posting about the blue of the reflecting pool. He's talking about how voter ID, which again, we talked about this in a recent segment, voter ID laws originally pushed by private prison corporations via the American Legislative Executive Council because of voter ID laws disproportionately disenfranchise African Americans in this country. And guess what? Private prisons rely on African Americans to perform slave labor inside of their prisons. Like, I want you all to understand that starting back in the Reagan era, the American Legislative Executive Council, one of the most powerful lobbying tools in America, was pushing for voter ID laws. The reason Donald Trump pushes for voter ID laws is the exact same reason Geo Group and the American Legislative Executive Council has been pushing for voter ID laws for the past 50 years. It's just to disenfranchise people. It is not because there is profound concerns out there about voter fraud. It is another method to consolidate political power, right? I didn't realize that that about voter ID laws. Yeah, the American Bar Association actually has pushed, not pushed. American Bar Association actually has an article on their website about this. I talked about it the other day. I'm pulling up the source real quick. Here you guys go. Uh-oh. There we go. We had a little bit of a hiccup. Sorry about that. But they have an article from back in 2014, Alec Exposed. And it's all about the history of Alec's different actions, right? But let's take a look here. Talks about a bunch of different things. 3 strike laws, mandatory minimums, truth in sentencing, more jail for shoplifting were all pushed by Alec. Its zeal to private prisons has fundamentally altered our criminal justice system, making it very profitable to arrest and lock up more Americans and immigrants and to do so for longer. It should come as no surprise that the Corrections Corporation of America and Geo Group bankrolled Alec for years. Bills that make it harder for Americans to vote through voter ID restrictions were also spawned by Alec after it made the measure a priority following Barack Obama's historic election in 2008 with high turnout among college students and the elderly and in cities with significant populations of African Americans. That's the history of voter ID laws in America, by the way. So, just as an FYI. But Donald Trump's, like, when I say Donald Trump is like schizo posting on the timeline about the ballroom and the reflecting pool. This is also what I mean. He posted 9 hours ago a 6-second video. Like we are full on, like, this guy this guy is going insane in real time. There's really no other way of breaking down what's happening, right? There's no other way. And he's straight up telling us what's happening, by the way. Here's another post from a couple days ago. The results from my physical examination taken at Walter Reed Military Medical Center and just released were extremely good. Unlike other U.S. presidents, none of whom have ever taken an approved high-difficulty cognitive test, I scored a perfect 30 out of 30, considered extreme intelligence. Are the Democrats really surprised? In fact, this is my 4th such test, all perfect, or 120 correct answers out of 120 questions asked. It is very rare that anyone gets a perfect score, especially when achieved 4 times in a row. All people running for president and vice president should be forced to take high-difficulty cognitive tests. Congress and the Democrats should demand it. President Donald J. Trump. Now, this is interesting. For a couple reasons. Number one, I want you all to understand, he mentions twice in this post on May 30th that he has taken 4 tests that he has scored perfect results on, right? 4 tests. And he also seems to be posting memes that claim he has aced 3 of them. And I'm genuinely a bit befuddled, because he might actually just not remember how many of these cognitive tests he's had. Right? Like, my God. My God. The reason all of those other past presidents weren't taking cognitive tests was because they didn't have cognitive issues the way that Donald Trump does. Like, Joe Biden does have cognitive issues, but it's because he's old. And I think that whatever you might say about Donald Trump, I don't think his issue is that he's old. Like, he's been visiting Walter Reed repeatedly. He's gone for his, like, 3rd or 4th physical in the past year. Yearly physical in the past year. And every time he leaves describing acing cognitive tests. And it seems to me that the tests he's describing, and this is also, like, co-signed by medical doctors who give these tests, these are dementia tests. He's being given dementia tests because there's something wrong with his brain. Which is, by the way, validated by the fact that he keeps just posting AI slop. He keeps posting AI slop of the ballroom or the pools. And this is actually pretty aligns neatly with other world leaders who have been psychotic. It's the Nero fiddling while Rome burned situation. Right? Like, here's from June 1st. He writes this at 8:27 p.m. 51st state, and he links to this Bloomberg article. And if you go to the Bloomberg article, Canada dips into technical recession for the first time since 2020. He's still talking about Canada becoming a state. He's still threatening the sovereignty of other countries. Like, It's not subtle, guys. Hello, Greenland. Like, I don't know how, but he's dementia posting himself as a villain.
History always shows that leaders with narcissistic traits and dementia always pans out horribly for the public. I'm genuinely scared for everyone here. Stay safe, you all. Crying cat face emoji.
2D Synctium, thank you for the $10 super chat. And, like, I'm more worried about people abroad, right? Because the Imperial war machine is far more likely to harm people abroad than it is to harm people domestically, though increasingly, Trump and his fascist regime are trying to bring those same imperial tactics, typically deployed against other nations. They're bringing them home, right? Like that's why you get ICE doing the same kinds of tactics that they would do in the military in other countries, right? Like, but like the threats against Greenland, like the European Union and NATO had to like have contingency plans and troops deployed to Greenland to potentially blow up the tracks, the airports, the runways. And like that's the level of seriousness that people are treating this with. It's not cute to people who are subject to this kind of threat. Like most American, like I want to be clear here. Most Americans aren't seeing this. Most Americans are not going and looking at Donald Trump's Truth Social account on a daily basis. Most Americans are not aware that he is just off the cuff threatening another country. Right? They aren't aware of it. But the people in Greenland sure as shit are. The people in Europe sure as shit are. This is meaningful to millions of people. And we are doing unspeakable amounts of damage to our efforts to conduct diplomacy in the years after Donald Trump. We are making ourselves into effectively a North Korea that is not going to be able to have equitable relationships with other countries as we move forwards. This kind of damage is going to be felt, by the way. Like, I know Republicans are like, diplomacy's weak and gay or whatever. But I want to remind you guys, diplomacy is what allows us to be able to negotiate for like lower prices. It's what allows us to be able to engage in trade with other countries. It's what allows the products that you buy at the supermarket to keep your family alive, the drugs you buy, etc., the things that you require to live. It is related to all of that. By degrading diplomatic power, by degrading U.S. standing in the world, you are actively conspiring against your own ability to live. Like, it is very obvious if you stop and think about it for like 5 seconds. This isn't like some funny haha thing. Like, this is how you wind up like getting stuck in a Great Depression era situation, and we are rapidly beelining towards that. But now we get to the part that I'm very concerned about. Which kind of ties a lot of this in with the title of the stream you're watching and the video I'm sure that you're watching as well, which is this exchange that occurred earlier 2 days ago. 2 days ago.
First one is, are you concerned at all that the IRGC could sabotage any potential deal? And then the second one is, you have a birthday coming up. I won't say which number, but it's a big birthday. So you're going to blow out a candle. You're going to blow out some candles on a cake, hopefully. What are your wishes that you'd like to see accomplished for the next year for the United States and your presidency?
Well, I'll go in your order. Anything can happen. you know, when you're dealing with Iran, but when you're dealing with other countries. But that's a very volatile part of the world, probably the most volatile part of the world. The people are volatile, the leadership, you see what's going on. We've gone through 3 teams of leadership. It's been we're military, there's never been a military like what we have. We could go another 2-3 weeks and just wipe everybody out. I'd rather not do that. Very easy to do. They're ready to do it. They want to do it. They want to do it. But if we can get something down in writing which will accomplish the same thing without killing everybody, I'd like to do that. Most of my people, I think, would like to do that. Some people wouldn't, but most of them would. But we had to take a detour as far as wishes for, and I'm very proud of that detour, you know. By the way, just to finish off on that, we had the strongest stock market in history, and I said we have no choice, we have to do it. I knew it would affect it, but I was very happily surprised when I saw that today we hit another stock market high. I mean, we have the highest stock market in history with a...
First one is, are you...
Like, he babbles a bit about how volatile the Iranians are, and then transitions into talking about how the bloodthirst of the American military runs so deep that we could fight for another 2 to 3 weeks and kill all of them. And in fact, the American military really wants to wipe all of them out. Like, that's where we're at, guys. The president is just like word vomiting to reporters about how he thinks that killing all the Iranians is something that the US military desperately wants to do. That the US military is just chomping at the bit to do its own genocide. Which, to be clear here, is him threatening to do a genocide. He's effectively saying, the Iranians, they're so crazy. The only thing we could do is kill all of them, I guess, if we can't get to a deal. Like, that's crazy. That is crazy. It is disgusting. And, like, this man should not be allowed to hold power. This is irresponsible to a degree that is impossible to put in words. He's a deeply, deeply sick man. Honestly, what's happening right now is worse than anything that Biden did. You know? What is worse right now, like he's Bidening to an exponential degree. To put it into conservative terms, this man is worse than Joe Biden at any singular point during his presidency. He's Bidening so fucking hard that he's out Biden. And by the way, like, this isn't confined to just him talking to the press, right? In that one interview. Like, it's consistent. This is from earlier today. Trump details risky, rejected plan for U.S. troops to collect nuclear dust in Iran. At the Oval Office on Thursday, President Donald Trump, for the first time, detailed a risky plan that he opted not to greenlight that would have sent U.S. troops into Iran to collect enriched uranium, or nuclear dust, as he calls it. The president said he decided to not go forward with the plan given the dangers. Trump said the operation would have taken at least 2 weeks, and also talked about the massive equipment that would need to be airlifted in. The president added the U.S. could still carry out such an operation, but also said there's no reason to because the nuclear material is entombed. We could get it right now. I don't think they could stop us if we wanted, but there's no reason to. It's entombed. Like, this dude is the one making decisions about that affect the lives of, like, tens of thousands, tens of millions of people. And, you know, like, worth noting that, like, people are seeing it. People are recognizing that Donald Trump is deeply, deeply unstable. They are responding to the fact that gas prices are worsening. Are like people's wallets are getting lighter and lighter. He's now hit like a 35% approval rating even in mainstream polls. Not just in like off the cuff or fringe polling, but this is mainstream polling from The Economist. He's hit officially 35% approval. Like this is we're talking basically bottom of the barrel in terms of how low you can get in Republican support. It's truly insane. There's not really any comparable moment in either Biden or Trump's terms. You can actually look at this point in Biden and Trump. In Trump's first term, Trump was 10 points underwater. In Biden's first term, he was 9 points underwater. Right now, he's 25 points underwater. He's doing over twice as bad as he was last time. Is that like Hoover numbers? Yeah, we're getting close to like Herbert Hoover during the Great Depression numbers. Like, and what could it be? What could be leading to this? Could it be, for example, that he's just posting about how he desperately needs the White House ballroom because it will operate as a drone port? He's just posting AI slop. It's crazy. The drone port at the White House ballroom will be perhaps the most sophisticated anywhere in the world. It will safeguard our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., long into the future. Judge Richard Leon should stop playing games with America's security. If anything happens, he'll be held responsible for the death and destruction caused to our country. He's already created enough problems by allowing top secret information to be released and exposed based on a ridiculous lawsuit started by a highly litigious woman, serial plaintiff, whose strolling, in her opinion, will be disturbed by the new, desperately needed structure. In any event, a woman who has absolutely no standing. Well, it sounds like she has been doing some standing if she's doing some walking, if you know what I'm saying. With the advent of highly sophisticated, powerful, modern-day weaponry, we can no longer defend Washington, D.C. with rifles and pistols alone. This ridiculous lawsuit must be dismissed immediately. But also, yeah, the only things defending Washington, D.C. are rifles and pistols. Not like America has nukes or anything. Definitely not. God. Look, he has two different AI slop images. Look, guys. There's one where it's all festive and nice, and another where it's, I guess dawn is coming or something. I don't know. Just kind of seems like Americans aren't really empathizing with you, Mr. President, because their gas prices are like $60 to fill up their tank. And like, not only that, he's been getting handed losses right and left in court related to like his different pet projects in DC. This like multi-paragraph rant is all about the fact that he can't call it the Trump Kennedy Center because only Congress can rename it that. So like, he's just mad. He's just big mad. The Kennedy Center's lost over the years. Prior to getting involved a short while ago, hundreds of millions of dollars. Like, he's off the rails. Like, he's, by the way, just as an FYI, that isn't even the only post he made about that particular decision made by Judge Christopher Cooper. This is another one. He's so big mad about it that he keeps posting these giant long screeds about how he's super mad that he can't rename it the Trump Kennedy Center. And in fact, he's so mad, they're going to stop any renovations to it. They're not going to do anything with it anymore. it's genuinely embarrassing. It's embarrassing as an American, and I don't know. I also, it kind of seems like people are pretty happy about this legal decision.
Jody Beater performed a solemn cello solo during what was originally planned as a vigil to honor President John F. Kennedy on what would have been his 109th birthday. But the occasion became an unexpected celebration. The crowd cheered the federal judge's order in a lawsuit brought by Representative Joyce Beatty of Ohio. She's an ex officio member of the Kennedy Center Board due to her position in Congress. She claimed the Trump administration's takeover was unlawful because ex officio board members were denied a vote. In his order, Judge Christopher Cooper said Congress named the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts for President John F. Kennedy by federal statute, and the center may not be officially named for anyone else except by an act of Congress. He went on to say, defendants are permanently enjoined from displaying, installing, or maintaining any physical or digital signage that designates, suggests, or implies that the institution is named for any person other than President John F. Kennedy. He gave the center 14 days to remove President Trump's name from the building and its website.
I am taking this as great news. I'm very excited, very happy, and I know that we still have a long road ahead of us. A lot of damage has been done, and a lot of repair needs to take place.
Judge Cooper also granted a preliminary injunction to halt the center's impending 2-year closure for repairs. He referenced previous plans for repair that did not call for a complete closure. Tara Hoot, who has performed at the Kennedy Center, was an early critic of Mr. Trump's takeover. The president had promised to ban drag performers.
Now the tough work begins to rebuild trust with artists.
Man, how can you be upset about someone who's wearing such a silly, fabulous, fun outfit? Like, oh no, look, that drag queen is wearing a lot of makeup. Oh no, I'm slain.
Communities to bring the Kennedy Center back to life.
After a Kennedy Center spokesperson released a statement mentioning an appeal, many were surprised by a social media post from the president. He slammed Judge Cooper's ruling, but went on to say, "We are going to be working with Congress to transfer this failing institution back to them so they can make a determination as to what to do with it." He added, "I have no interest in continuing what could only be a hopeless journey into Never Never Land." The judge's ruling throws the Performing Arts Center's near future into uncertainty. Jackie Benson, News 4.
Like, I don't know. It is nice, despite the fact that everything is insane, that sometimes we do get a few tiny W's. But like, things are not going well for Donald Trump right now. Like, the insanity is trickling down, right? The insanity is trickling down. And here's what I mean. Here's another Truth Social post. This is from 5 days ago. The New York Times wrote a story today entitled, "Trump Administration Sees Striking Exodus of Legal Talent," as though that's a bad thing, when actually it's very good. The people that are leaving are radical left deep state lunatics who are destroying our country and weaponizing government. Many of them didn't leave but were fired. The failing New York Times writes this, but makes it sound like it's a terrible thing when actually it's just the opposite. We want people who will make America great again, not people that are trying to destroy our country, that were put in by Obama and Biden, and in many cases they shouldn't have been representing the USA in the first place. Let them go on to bigger, better, and brighter things in the future. I fully support that, and I wish them all well, President Donald J. Trump. And it's just like, hey guys, is it going well when you can't actually keep legal talent? Is it like, historically in America, the most prestigious legal positions you could get were in like the Department of Justice, right? And people would take pay cuts to work there. And now Donald Trump is saying on social media, no, it's actually really, really good that all of our legal talent is leaving. It's really, really awesome, you see, because then we will only have yes men, and we won't have anyone who actually knows what the fuck they're doing. It's actually a great plan. We're We're setting ourselves up for legal ass kickings nonstop for the foreseeable future. It's a brilliant plan. What could go wrong? Like honestly, even if you're a Republican, you should be looking at this and being like, oh, that's really fucking bad. Like, if you're a Republican who actually believes in democracy outside of Donald Trump and like principles that exist outside of Donald Trump, you should be looking at that and seeing that as like a huge red flag, even if you disagree with me on like everything else. Yeah, but you know, it will all work out well in the end. Just lean back and relax. It'll all work out well in the end. All right, it'll all work out. Shh. Also, he's now seeing Republicans in Congress align themselves against his $1.776 billion slush fund. And it does seem at the moment, according to what's happening on the ground, votes are being aligned against this slush fund, even though it's been enjoined by the courts. Like he cannot move forward with this slush fund according to the courts. But I think Democrats have been putting the gears into motion to bring this to a vote so that Republicans have to vote on it, which I think is good. Because Republicans are really, really fucking angry, especially Republicans in the Senate. The current scuttlebutt, if you will, in DC circuits is that effectively senators in the GOP are really angry with Donald Trump because he's been taking shots at, for example, John Cornyn. He supported Ken Paxton over John Cornyn. And a lot of the GOPers think that this is a violation of some kind of unspoken arrangement that he's had with Republicans in Congress. And they're planning to exact some kind of price for those perceived betrayals, right? One of those prices is his slush fund. And another one is shaping up to also be the confirmation process for Todd Blanche, former personal attorney to Donald Trump and current acting head of the DOJ. But Todd Blanche has a timeline that he needs to get confirmed on. And it requires Republicans to vote for him. And a lot of the signaling from people like John Thune indicate that Todd Blanche is not going to have a good time. Let me pull this up here. Like, when John Thune says to the press, hard to say whether or not Todd Blanche can win confirmation as Attorney General, John Thune isn't saying that by accident. He's saying that deliberately because he is directly threatening that priority. Right? That is a direct threat and saying to the Trump administration, we're gonna get that price. We are going to make sure you understand that we do actually still hold some kind of power. And all of this is going on, worth noting here, excellent reporting from the Bulwark. Ebola veterans are aghast at Trump's plan for the outbreak. Now, the great question, what is Donald Trump's plan for the Ebola outbreak? And Donald Trump's plan is no American citizens who are infected with Ebola can come back to the United States. His plan is just either they get better over there or they die. That's it. Like, he is quite literally leaving American citizens to die. And Republicans won't even call him out on it. Like, they just don't seem to give a shit. They don't care. There's an Ebola outbreak. There is currently an Ebola outbreak. Yeah. Now, granted, it is not spreading to a great degree here in America, thankfully. But like, there's just such an inept response, and we've so degraded our capacity to function as a state that Donald Trump is just like, nah, keep them over there. We don't want them here. Keep our American citizens in your countries, please. Is this what's leading to increased racism towards Asians by Republicans? I mean, I would imagine it's not this in particular. I imagine it's because of COVID. A lot of anti-Asian prejudice like arose around like, the Wuhan virus, the China virus. Republicans were fear-mongering about China being dirty and plague-ridden as a result of COVID, and also fear-mongering just geopolitically against China. And like that, I think that in particular, those two things are what accounts for a rise in Republican racism towards Asian people. But xenophobia and like germophobia often go hand in hand. You can actually see this in the history of how the southern border of the United States was maintained, by the way. A lot of the early eugenicist movement and germ theory and also border enforcement very much linked, actually, because people, when they began to really start learning and accepting germ theory, started to get really scared of pests and rodents, and that in turn meshed with the xenophobia that many people to this day still internalize, which is that, oh, foreigners, they're dirty and covered with pests. And so it led to the creation along the southern border, and you can read books about this, it's fascinating, where it became mandatory that if you wanted to cross from the from Mexico into the United States to do work, you had to go through like delousing chambers, right? And these were effectively, you got sprayed with chemicals that would kill any kind of parasite or like vermin or what have you that might be on your person. And of course, it was also poisonous to the people going through these delousing chambers. But these facilities are the direct predecessors of the Nazi Holocaust death camps. The showers full of gas. They got those designs from the facilities on the U.S. southern border. And like it became a part of policy for many different towns across the South. If somebody from Mexico is crossing over to do labor, mandatorily, every single day, they had to get deloused. Many people got sick. Many people died as a result of exposure to these chemicals. And in some cases, it led to like organized labor striking back at these policies. Also, Stop the Stupidity. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Very much appreciated. Thank you so, so much for supporting the show and making it possible. And it is also worth noting here that, like, the insanity continues to trickle down. Like, if you think that everything's gonna, like, just be hunky-dory once Donald Trump leaves, he surrounded himself with so many people who are deeply committed to harming the U.S. economy and U.S. standing internationally that, like, you're going to be feeling this at, like, the supermarket for years to come.
Do you have an update for us on tariffs? I know some of the tariffs that are in place will expire in the coming weeks, right, after the Supreme Court decision. Was the president planning on any changes in terms of the tariffs?
So what's going to expire is what's called the Section 122. It's a kind of an emergency 5-month authority that would put on. It's a 10% global tariff. And along with that, we have existing 301s and 232s. But right now, to go back to the tariff structure, the deals that we've struck with countries around the world, whether it's Japan, China, Europe, the whole EU, EU's willing to pay 15% tariffs and take down the tariffs on us. It's an incredible deal. So what's happening now is Ambassador Jameson Greer, U.S. Trade Representative, is doing studies, Section 301, and if those studies are successful, those 301s will get recalibrated to the exact level of the trade deals we had with the countries.
Meanwhile, do you have an update?
So, just as an FYI, I want to remind you all, that's not how tariffs work. Europe isn't paying 15% more when they ship things to us. The people who are shipping things in are paying the 15% tariffs. That is the American companies. The American companies are paying 15% more to buy foreign goods. It is a tax we all pay, because then that 15% is not absorbed by the company, it's passed on to you, the consumer. Right? And the idea that, like, oh, we're getting such a good deal because they dropped their tariff on our goods, but we still get to maintain a 15% tariff on their goods, that just means we're still paying 15% more for no reason. For no reason. And these tariffs are all directly related to Donald Trump via a unilateral authority, right? Meaning that he is the sole reason you are now paying 15% more for all of those things. Meanwhile, it is not limited to just to just Europe. You know, any goods coming in from Europe, you have to pay 15% more. It's also anything coming from Brazil now costs 25% more to import. But we're all getting such good deals. It's just so strange that the good deals that we're getting aren't reflected in any of our purchases. And in fact, when you look at the cost of consumer goods, they're going up massively alongside all of these tariffs. What's so interesting is that when you look at the actual data, it turns out everything is continuing to get more expensive. It's massively inflated from where it was when Trump first came into office. And Republicans just haven't really seemed to catch up with that reality, because they keep hearing on Fox News and the conservative bubbles that they live in that, oh, Europe is paying 15% more when it comes to tariffs. The Europeans are paying 15% more for American goods. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. Yeah, exactly. The price increases, I think, that are starting to hit now in terms of gas, in terms of groceries, those are not going to be things that people can avoid. And stop the stupidity. Thank you for the additional 10 tier 1 memberships over on YouTube, greening up the YouTube space. Very much appreciated. Thank you for helping to support the show. Like, people's grocery bills are going up. Like, Brassman in YouTube chat says my grocery bill went up 50% in the last month. I've been noticing it. I've been noticing different products are disappearing off of the shelves because the cost of making them has become unsustainable. You know, because supply chains have had to be moved around. Recipes and different things that might be familiar to you have changed, or the product might have disappeared entirely. Companies are folding because of these tariffs. And now you also have the Iran crisis, which is throttling gas, which is throttling oil. And not all oils are the same, by the way. The kind of oil that comes out of the Strait of Hormuz, that goes towards jet fuel. It's causing a profound jet fuel crisis. When that really starts hitting home and countries start burning through their entire stockpiles, which is going to be soon, there's going to be major, major bottlenecks when it comes to the shipping and logistical movement of supplies around the world. If you thought the price increases you've seen so far have been bad, they're nothing compared to what is coming and kind of, to an extent, already baked in. Right? And I also really need to hammer home, oil isn't the only thing that goes through the Strait of Hormuz. If you enjoy a good can of beer, guess what? Some of the largest aluminum smelters in the world are located in that region and have to be shipped out. The aluminum has to be shipped out through the Strait of Hormuz. So anything that is canned in aluminum right now is going to get more expensive by quite a bit. All right? There's also going to be huge problems when it comes to other really necessary goods, in particular, sulfur. Sulfur is exported massively through the Strait of Hormuz and is also something that accounts for a great deal of the fertilizer that is used around the world, which means we're setting ourselves up, because crops have already been planted in a lot of cases, for one of the worst years of harvest on record due to what is happening right now. And yeah, weren't the predictions that the largest shocks were going to come this month and then September? Yeah. Because there are a lot of what is happening right now is kind of baked in, not just necessarily over the next few months, but for potentially the next couple years at least. You know, in some cases, some of the facilities that have had to shut down due to the Iran conflict or have been damaged, in some cases, it will take them years to restart operations, because that is how big and how complicated those plants are. Okay? And Fixer at Home, thank you for the $20 Australian. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you so much for supporting the show. It is an unending set of crises. Okay? And it is made worse by the fact that the Trump administration right now is going out in public and trying desperately to tout unambiguously evil and horrible things as if they were just the best things on God's green earth. And here's exactly what I mean. Here's Secretary of Agriculture, the Secretary of Agriculture talking about some of their major victories of the administration.
People working today than ever before. So as we have moved about 4 million people off of SNAP, we don't have the exact data, how much of that is fraud, how much of that is people just moving into the American dream and off of the welfare programs. But we think it's probably pretty significant that, yes, this is the goal. And when we hear so much pushback that, well, y'all, you know, why are you moving, why are you kicking people off? If you are, and by the way, one of the most important pieces of the One Big Beautiful Bill of the Working Families Tax Cut was requiring able-bodied adults without small children at home to actually look for a job or perhaps work 15 or 20 hours a week to continue on that program. I say all of that because these programs should not be a handout, they should be a hand up. And people working today than ever before.
Now, that is maybe one of the most horrifically fucked up things I've ever heard a bureaucrat say. Right? Bragging about kicking 4 million people off of SNAP. That's the food assistance program. That's what allows people who live in below the poverty line to be able to eat. Right? And it's not even to be able to eat well. Like, it is, like, in many cases, SNAP is not sufficient to feed an actual human being and keep them alive. Right? And not only that, SNAP already has work requirements. My argument is that it shouldn't have any work requirements at all. You know, there's no excuse for any man, woman, or child to go hungry in the richest country to ever exist. Right? But how it works right now is that it already has work requirements. And the bragging about, well, we kicked 4 million more people off because we think that there's rampant fraud and abuse in this system. And we think, you know, most of them were probably misusing it. But she straight up says, she gives the entire game away.
So as we have moved about 4 million people off of SNAP, we don't have the exact data, how much of that is fraud, how much of that is people just moving into the American dream.
She straight up says it. We don't have the data on how many of those people we kicked off of SNAP relied on it fraudulently or actually needed it. They don't know. So instead of verifying the people who were defrauding the system and kicking them off. Instead, they just said, fuck it, and kicked people off regardless. And I just want to say that's maybe one of the most heinous things I've ever heard in my life. Well, like to be someone who sits and looks at this program that keeps people from starving to death and says to themselves, well, we could spend the time to figure out who is actually defrauding it, or we could just kick everybody off. And to opt to kick everybody off, starving potentially millions of people in the process. Like, that's genuinely evil. That's genuinely evil. That's valid, some people being lazy, but do you think that the people who are lazy, it's important enough to punish them that you're willing to take the risk that you could be starving like millions of other people to death? Like, I don't think that's worth it. I don't think that's worth it at all. Let's see. Just out of curiosity, what is the maximum number one person can get in SNAP per month? So, the maximum benefit for a single person on SNAP is $298 per month on the federal program. And that varies from state to state, of course. The minimum is $24 per month. $296. Most people are earning way closer to the minimum amount of SNAP. And they have to rely on, like, maybe $100 per month, if they're lucky, for food. Some people have to rely on $24 a month for food. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, right now, things are so bad. Let me put it to you this way. Things are so bad that I want to pose to you that this is maybe a sign that Trump's America is truly not working. This is a report from May 29th. From local South Dakota news, CODA. Let's take a look at this news report.
The need for food and basic necessities continues to grow here in Rapid City. One local family's little free pantry service is serving hundreds of people and distributing tens of thousands of items. CODA Territory's Carly West reports.
It may look small, but the Little Free Pantry at 912 Franklin Street is having a big impact on the local community. Since launching in October, this pantry has distributed over 18,000 items. It's different than traditional food pantries because it's discreet. It doesn't require filling out forms or standing in line. It operates on a take what you need, give what you can model, and was founded by two educators who wanted to do their part in the fight against food insecurity.
18,000 items have gone through the pantry. That can be anything from food items, clothing, hygiene items, cleaning products. We've seen it all.
But the need in Rapid City is so great. The donations are coming in faster than the storage space in their quaint house in historic West Boulevard can keep up with.
Our dream is to land some grants or some additional funding for us to be able to expand this. We would also love to be able to expand our storage capabilities. We'd love something that's temperature regulated, especially with the hotter summer months. That limits what items can be put in the pantry. During the cold months, that also limited it. We did pretty good with just how everything goes relatively quickly in our pantry.
The pantry is open 24/7, 365 days a year. If you'd like to help fill the pantry, you can bring your donation to 912 Franklin Street. In Rapid City, Carly West, Coda Territory News.
And I just, like, this is a heartwarming story, in a sense, of a community coming together to support one another, to make sure everybody has the food that they need. But the fact that this small, it's literally just a couple shelves with some food. And it's been utilized 18,000 times for 18,000 items, rather. In South Dakota. Like, that is an indicator here that this administration is woefully out of touch with with people who are actually working where they are. Because working class people include people who are on SNAP. They're working class. And when we talk about this, like, Republicans act like all these people are just out to, like, leech off the system. They are working and starving at the same time. And the reason they starve is not because they're lazy. It is not because they choose to starve. They starve because, as a society, we have allowed ourselves to be bamboozled by con men like Donald Trump, Epstein class associates like Donald Trump, who stands in the corner of every rich asshole who is out there defrauding our system out of billions of dollars. And it is wild to me that in America, we have allowed ourselves to be lied to such an extent that a senile old fool who is suffering from dementia can bamboozle and befuckle the entire Republican apparatus into rabidly saying, oh, no. The real problem with our system is a few million people who need a couple extra bucks every month in order to make in order to have enough money so that they don't die, in order to have enough money so that they can buy cans of beans. And instead of the actual fuckers who are fucking everybody over, which is, of course, the Jeff Bezos of the world, the Elon Musks of the world, the Donald Trumps of the world. Stop riding that billionaire dick, friends. You do not have to. Stand in solidarity with fellow people who you have more in common with. Because I guarantee you, if you are a working person in this country, you are one bad week away from becoming somebody who relies on SNAP. You are not that far removed and that well protected in this country from relying on the same systems that keep others alive. So you should be doing your damnedest to keep them around, even if you're just a completely self-interested asshole. Because I've seen people go bankrupt from their medical expenses. I've seen people throw everything they got at cancer and then they got nothing left. And suddenly they're on those programs. And you want to know something? I'm willing to bet you good money that there were potentially millions of people who were in that boat who just got kicked off of SNAP that the Trump administration is clapping themselves on the back for doing. It makes me so mad. It makes me so mad. Because it's very obvious who is actually benefiting right now. And it's not people on fucking SNAP. Here's the Wall Street Journal. Worker compensation, wages, and benefits grew 0.8% in the first quarter of 2026 from the fourth, while domestic corporate profits jumped 2.7%. In America, profits, not revenue, profits alone grew by 2.7%. But how much did wages go up for working people in this country? 0.8%. You are earning a smaller share of the wealth you work to generate in America right now than you were last year. And who gets that bigger share of the profits, if not the working people? It goes directly to those billionaire fuckers who are competing amongst themselves to be the world's first trillionaire. That's what they care about. They just care about, like, you know, their own personal status. They don't give a fuck about you. They're over there building, like, their fucking doomsday bunkers. How mad? Yeah, I am mad that the working people in this country are getting screwed over. I've been and lived in working class rural communities in this country, and I've seen them fucking killed off by these billionaire fucks who roll in with their Walmarts and put everyone else out of business. Right? Like, the people who are killing this country are billionaires, and I've seen it happen to town after town after town in rural America. They are the people killing the factories. They are the people killing the lifeblood of America. They are the people killing the farms. They are the people killing the housing prices. They are the people killing this country. How can a sane person not be mad at this? Exactly. Anything less than righteous anger is delusional. Like, if you are not angry at what is happening to this country, what a cushy fucking life you must lead. Like, you're probably one of those rich fuckers who lives in some kind of gated community. I do not believe you if you tell me you are, like, an actual working class person and you don't see how the rich have fucked over your community. I do not believe you. Jesus would be flipping tables at this? True. True. So, all that being said, as a result of that growth of 0.8% and versus 2.7%, labor's share of gross domestic income, conceptually similar to GDP, sank to 51%, the lowest since records began in 1947. Profits share climbed to 12.1%, the highest since 1950. We are literally right now at the tail end of you have not been this screwed over as a worker in this country since the tail end of the fucking Great Depression. And there are people who are going to be in your community, in your face, telling you, no, you're not getting fucked. Don't worry. Just sit back and let it happen. It'll all work out well in the end. Don't worry about getting fucked over now. It'll all work out in the end. So, just sit back and relax. It's truly disgusting. And, like, when we talk about, like, the actual effects at the grocery store, this isn't an abstract. This is how close American households are to the financial edge. This is from May 28th. Affordable has been a politically potent word, but an ill-defined measure of financial pain, often used as a reference to inflated prices. New research from the Brookings Institution, released Wednesday, describes affordability by comparing the rising costs of essentials against family incomes. By that measure, the report found in 2024, 45.5% of U.S. households did not earn enough to cover their necessities. The report concluded that a mere $1,000 hike in the annual cost of living would leave another 3 million households unable to make ends meet. That precarity is partly due to the gap between inflation and wages. In 2024, national wages saw just a small 1.3% bump, well below the rate of inflation of 2.9% that year, according to the Census Bureau. Households across the country are not earning enough. Housing, healthcare, and childcare are especially large chunks of household budgets that families have little control over. In order to actually solve affordability, we have to deal with these larger, more structural costs that are harming households, according to Hannah Stevens. So let's take a look. According to the paper, in 2024, more than 50% of families in New York State could not manage their incomes. could not manage on their incomes. And while households in Washington, D.C. outperformed the national average, with over 60% able to afford necessities, the city's Black residents were significantly worse off, more than 20 percentage points behind the district's baseline. Wages are rising much faster for families already making more. Higher income families saw a pay rise 6% this April compared to a year earlier, but the boost for lower earners was just 1.5%. Economists have used the term K-shaped economy to describe unequal growth, where upper income households increasingly earn and spend more, while lower income families earn and spend less, which is exactly what's happening. So the people who are doing well in this country are increasingly doing even better, while the people doing poorly in this country are increasingly doing even more poorly. It is truly disgusting. We are in a deeply troubled moment. And I do want to say that there are a couple politicians who are actually standing up and saying what needs to be said in this moment. I do very much appreciate that, right? Yeah, it is, I think, vitally important, right? Let me pull this up real quick. PC Schwartz, thank you for the $5 dono.
Any talking point about laziness, homeless people choosing to be poor, using drugs, or any culture war issue are all meant to distract us from noticing who is fucking us.
Exactly. You can look back at the aftermath of the Civil War, and one of the oldest tricks in the book from that time period was saying, oh, we can't pay you more because the blacks are taking your jobs, you know? Like, that was literally like the line from white bosses in order to make sure that white workers and black workers wouldn't work together to get better pay. Like that, it's literally the same playbook time after time after time. Okay? And, you know, it isn't uncommon, by the way, for Republicans to think that, like, homeless people choose to be homeless. They just love it. They like it a lot. My dad believed that. And he talked to, like, I tried to convince him that that was absolutely not true. But he believed it, like, as a foundational value. Right? Like, it is all deeply fucked. They've been using this line since the Civil War. Yeah. The whole "they're coming for your jobs" thing, it's literally related to black people who were recently freed from slavery would be willing to do jobs for less money. And so instead of joining together, white racist workers their bosses would tell them, we can't pay you more because these black workers will work for less. So you don't have a job anymore, I guess, unless you're willing to work for less too. And it fueled racial animosity. It was what got like division so entrenched. It's because it brought the working class in to try and oppress itself instead of working together. And I do have to say, I am appreciating that there are candidates out there who are trying to push back on Donald Trump's craziness. But, like, frankly, more people need to be outright stating what is blatantly obvious. Donald Trump has gone absolutely crazy. He is a madman. And he should be removed from office yesterday. Right? But in the meantime, we have folks like John Ossoff, and I've been pleasantly surprised by what I've seen from him. I'm not sold on him by any means, but he seems to be a dark horse candidate for a potential 2028 run, as he's setting himself up here to win his seat back again in re-election. Many people choose to be homeless. No, they don't.
He's trying to put his face on the money. Did you see that? He's building a monument to himself. But see, Atlanta, he's doing these things now because no one will honor him when he's gone. Because he's a failed president and a national disgrace.
Like, John Ossoff, I gotta be honest, has had some good moments on his trail. I think this is from the same speech. Just wanted to play this. Just as a way to, like, show you guys, we are not completely and utterly fucked. There are people who are trying, in their own ways, to stand up and fight.
To make America the world leader on human rights and return nations to the path of peaceful coexistence. And see, this is what small men like Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and Stephen Miller will never understand. That our national greatness flows not through our blood or our genes, but through our ideas. Americans are not a race, we're a people. United not by ethnicity, but by our shared convictions, and that is what makes us exceptional and a beacon to the world. How amazing is it that the most powerful nation on earth proclaims as its core values that all are created equal, with inalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, no matter how humble our beginnings, no matter our ancestry, no matter when we arrived on these shores. In Atlanta, a wave is building. The kind of wave that comes once a generation, when people have been pushed too far and they decide all at once, all together, that enough is enough. So let's give them a united Georgia. Let's save the country again. Let's make sure they hear it all the way down at Mar-a-Lago that Georgia will bow to no king. Thank you. God bless you. Let's get to work. Thank you so much.
This guy's got a certain juice to him, folks. He's he if he chooses to run in the future, I think he could marshal a pretty good showing in some kind of primary. Now, to address some people in chat who've been saying that, like, homeless people choose to be homeless for whatever reason, just to push back on that, here is a group dedicated to ending homelessness, called United to End Homelessness. Pretty to the point. They have a page here. Myth number 2: people choose to be homeless, and most decline services when offered. There's a common myth made by society that people choose to be homeless. This misconception causes us to look at homelessness without empathy and allows others to ignore the trauma of homelessness, which I would say, just as an aside, is correct. It creates a permission structure to say, well, maybe that person who's homeless really just wants to be homeless, right? It creates a certain permission structure for yourself to excuse that society has chosen to systematically allow for homelessness to exist, when that is a choice we make as a society, right? What is the ICE situation in Georgia? I believe ICE has been pretty active in Atlanta. People are fucking furious. According to the county of Orange County, 2019 point in time count, 6,860 individuals are experiencing homelessness in Orange County, and 2,899 individuals are sheltered. CityNet has had opportunities to connect with many of these individuals in the field through our street outreach and case management services. Our street outreach program strives to connect unsheltered homeless neighbors with emergency shelter, housing, or critical services, and providing urgent, non-facility based care. These activities are intended to help homeless neighbors obtain appropriate supportive services, including permanent housing, medical health treatment, mental health treatment, counseling, and other services essential for achieving independent living, housing stability, case management, and connect with other federal, state, and local or private assistance available. In our experience, we learned that at minimum 82% of those we engage with at the street level are interested in getting connected to the support they need. However, it is common for many of our clients to desire not to leave their community that they have deep connections in, even when a shelter is available outside of their city. They also desire to bring what little possessions they do have, along with their pets, to a shelter, but not every shelter program has the capacity to support individuals with those needs. According to the homelessness in Orange County, the costs to our community, the three major factors precipitating homelessness are securing jobs or retaining jobs with sustainable wages, finding or retaining affordable housing, including evictions, and foreclosures and family issues, which include domestic violence, family dysfunction, relationship dissolution, and death of a family member. In most cases, the experience of homelessness is not a choice, but a series of life events and complicated moments in time that led to living on the streets. Being homeless is stressful, humiliating, exhausting, and oftentimes unsafe. Daily, men, women, and children who are victims of homelessness live vulnerably and are commonly found in dangerous circumstances. When we take the time to learn someone's story, we likely will hear that they are not choosing to be homeless, but rather there are barriers to them getting housed. It is our responsibility as a community to address these conversations of homelessness with an attitude of empathy, compassion, and servitude.
I have the pleasure of working alongside an amazing team that daily is deployed across a variety of cities. We
Where's
have
Waldo?
partnerships with 19
Where's Waldo? Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Very much appreciated.
cities in Orange County alone, and they are building relationships with individuals experiencing street-level homelessness and striving to connect and support individuals that want access to the coordinated entry system. Many times, individuals have experienced some sort of life situation that maybe they were laid off, evicted, a medical crisis, something that happened to their family system where they just lost support in some way, or maybe they endured some sort of trauma. And so oftentimes our staff and our team, when building these relationships with individuals and families, they hear that this isn't the life they chose, and it's not something that if they had all the options in the world that they would choose to experience, but it was a ripple effect from whatever life situation that they endured.
But maybe this is just the secret pro-homeless propaganda. Maybe this org is just secretly propagandizing all of you and trying to conceal the truth that homeless people just systematically choose to be homeless. Like, I gotta be honest, even like the highest numbers I have ever seen about people who choose to be homeless without qualification, that like they're choosing to be homeless because they want to make sure they have their pets and stay near their friends or family or what have you, it's like 5%. 95% of people are not choosing to be homeless. At the very, and that's like giving the high estimate for how many people are choosing to be homeless. Yeah, the pro-homeless lobby, exactly. The fact is, Donald Trump is dementia-addled, he's falling apart, he's threatening genocide, and also he is the embodiment of the agreement between our political system and capital. And that agreement is effectively that our politicians, at least our corporate politicians who accept all this corporate money, will do whatever it takes to defend those corporations and CEOs and billionaires from getting taxed and paying their fair share, and will instead shift their tax burden onto the American people. And that tax burden will either be in the form of increased taxes, increased fees, or it will be in the form of cut services. You will be fucked over by billionaires, by the people billionaires pay to be their own agents. That's what's happening. When you see, like, oh, millions of people cut off of SNAP, that's so that they can give a giant check to a billionaire. When you see, oh, they're kicking millions of people off of Medicaid or cutting benefits on Medicaid, that's because they're cutting a check to the biggest corporations to ever exist on Earth, who have record profits. They are systematically choosing to push more people into poverty, push more people into homelessness, push more people into starvation, make your children suffer so that they can give more money to the richest fuckers to ever exist. And I think that's wrong. I think it's wrong if you're a Republican. I think it's wrong if you're a Democrat. I think it is wrong the way that this country fucks over working people. And for all of our good, we need to start organizing against this shit. We need to start organizing against people who are selling us out to the richest people to ever exist. We need to organize. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA, join Progressive Victory. You can be someone who helps organize your local community in order to put a stop to this kind of horse shit. Hey, just as an idea, instead of relying on a good-natured couple in South Dakota to put together a free pantry available to anyone, no qualifications whatsoever, what if your city did that? You can make that happen in your city. You can have that facilitated by your local government. You can feed people and make sure no one in your community is going hungry. You can help pass the kind of legislation that makes sure no one in your community has to be homeless. You can pass those priorities. There's no reason people in your community have to suffer so that billionaires can get rich. Right? Like, there is no reason for that. There's no reason you have to tolerate masked men sweeping your streets with guns and pulling aside your friends and neighbors and family members. There's no reason you have to tolerate AI data centers poisoning your water, poisoning the air you breathe, poisoning the very sounds you hear. There is no reason you have to tolerate this shit, which is all massive fucking handouts to the richest people to ever exist. You do not have to enable this. You do not have to tolerate it. You have agency in your local area. Get involved in your local politics. And I can give you 3 different ways to do that. You can join your local Dems. You can go to their local meetings. You can make your local Democrats more progressive. But it requires you to show up. And you can also join your local DSA and help organize working people in your community and make your DSA as effective as New York City DSA. We can have a Mamdani in every American city if we get organized in DSA enough. And you can join Progressive Victory, because even if you are isolated in a part of the country where you feel like your involvement locally might have very little impact, you can channel your efforts into campaigns across the country by phone banking, door knocking, text banking. And you can do that shit digitally, by the way. Not the door knocking, obviously, but you can do this. There are 100 different ways you can get involved. And if you need help getting started with DSA or your local Dems, we have people in our community who can help you do that. So join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. They have years of experience organizing and getting shit done within those respective organizations, and they can help you do the same. That's the goal. The goal is to change and get us out of this awful status quo where the working people of this country keep getting fucked over and the people who have the least in this country keep getting less. And we need to put we need to put a stop to it. Because the wealthiest people to ever exist, they're not going to voluntarily give up their money. So, all that being said, got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and leave a comment. Let me know what you think about municipal food pantries. I think, frankly, that's a wonderful idea. I think the city and the state should be paying to put out municipal food pantries that have shelf-stable food people can take if they are in need. I think that's a good idea. Now, all of that being said, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. And let's keep on going. Goals to piss our money away through NGOs? Nah, the biggest beneficiary of government payouts is fucking corporations, dog. And then those corporations post record profits. They literally get their profits from the taxpayer. Like, I don't know what to tell you. King Arthur Baking, for example. True. King Arthur Baking is fucking great. One of the oldest milling companies in the United States and owned by its employees. Actually, I think it is the oldest one. I need? Hell yeah. Foxu in blue. Or Foxu in... Wait, Foxu in Baksu. There we go. It's embezzlement with extra steps. Exactly, Liz Galahad. You get it. Also, I just wanted to say, we were in the middle of that segment for a long time, but Dargash, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. I know it's like an hour late, but we were in the middle of shit, and hello. Also, folks, we've been going for about 4 hours now. If you've been getting anything out of today's stream, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Click the buttons, consider supporting the show because you guys make this show possible. And I just want to say, we are getting closer. We are getting closer. I believe we are now at 314. We are getting closer to our goal of more Hyperborean knowledge. Probably the last one on that guy for a while after this next one. But all that being said, we are getting closer. We are getting closer. I am going to take a short break to use the bathroom in a minute, but when I return, we will be covering Dave Rubin. You guys have been very patient. We'll get some. We'll go through another chunk of that Dave Rubin video, and then we'll see if I still have gas in the tank to do Jillian Michaels and Sam Cedar. Hopefully, we have some gas, but we'll see. If not, I'll do it tomorrow. Okay. Also, tomorrow during the daytime, I will be doing a Mina the Hollower stream as well. Maybe we'll do some Sam Cedar before that, and then Mina the Hollower. We'll see how I feel. BRB. BRB. Sorry about that, folks. Had to take a dump. Whew. Hello, hello, hello. We love our hogs. We do. We do. We do love our hogs. A Sam Cedar dump? Yeah, I had to break Tim Pool's toilet. Are you guys ready for us to jump into some Dave Rubin? I'm excited. I hope you guys are too. You're full of shit, Jack? Actually, I'm not anymore. Harold, no! I did survive. I did survive. I'm sorry. We finished on meat. Now we get pudding. Yeah. All right. Here we go. We dive once more into the breach, dear friends. Once more, indeed. Oh God, it's gonna be a slog here, folks. Why can't it be someone with an IQ higher than the negatives? Because unfortunately, somehow, people do listen to Dave Rubin for their politics. Are you guys ready? Congrats on not falling in. Thank you. Here we go. Plays Yoda sex noises? Why? All right. Okay, here we go. So, folks, we return for yet another rendition of Dave Rubin makes potentially one of the worst mistakes of his career by going on Jubilee. Now, I want to preface this by saying I do not condone Jubilee. They are, I think, ultimately harmful to our political discourse. However, Dave Rubin getting owned by a room full of strangers is very funny. So I'm making my exception. I'm making an exception to my no Jubilee rule, and we're jumping into this. Okay, we are going to be starting with his second claim here. So let's jump into it, shall we?
My next surrounded claim is if you still vote for Democrats in 2026, you're voting for broken cities, broken schools, and broken borders.
If you would like to debate this claim, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hey, how are you, Santana?
So, can you explain a little bit about what you mean broken cities, broken schools, broken borders?
Sure. Well, broken cities, you can boil it down to crime and drug use. And I can tell you, having been here in Los Angeles for the last 36 hours, I have seen more homeless people, more drug use, more urban decay than I've seen in the last 5 years combined living in Florida.
Florida?
Yeah. In terms of school.
I've seen more homeless and moral degeneracy here in LA than I've seen than any time in my life. What state do you live in? I live in Florida. I guarantee you there's more of this shit going on in Florida.
Schools, it's basically brainwashing kids and teaching them what to think instead of teaching them how to think. And then what was the third one in terms of, borders is the easiest one. I mean, under the Biden administration, we let in somewhere, we don't even know what the actual number is, but somewhere between 16 to 20 million illegals. If Donald Trump did quite literally nothing else in his
Fact check. During Biden's presidency, Border Patrol logged roughly 7 to 8 million encounters at the southern border, with an estimated 1.1 to 1.5 million gotaways. Gotaways? I've heard of getaways. I've never heard of gotaways. Okay. Pew's 2021 to 2024 estimates show the total undocumented population rising from about 10.5 million to around 14 million, an increase of only a few million, far below the claims of 16 to 20 million new undocumented immigrants. It's almost like Donald Trump is a lying sack of shit.
Presidency, just getting control of the border, I would say, would be good enough, because you don't have a country if you don't know who is in it.
Okay, all three of your claims are wrong. Pick which one you want to be proved wrong on.
I humbly request that you read the next fact check as a 1930s newscaster. Done.
Let's do borders.
Perfect.
Okay.
Donald Trump is absolutely the worst president on the border. First and foremost, you can talk about the Langford bill, which was a piece of legislation which would have strengthened our borders, but Donald Trump had that legislation shot down.
Wait. So were the borders open under Obama?
No.
Or under Biden? Let's
No.
try that. The borders were not open.
What piece of legislation
we did not,
did he pass to open the borders?
No, it's not about a piece of legislation. It's about quite
So
literally.
how do you open the borders without legislation?
You just let people through, which is exactly.
Oh no. Oh man, Dave, you said like two sentences together. You've already like destroyed your own argument. How do you let people in without legislation? You just let them in. That's not how that works, Dave.
There was no one standing at the borders. Everybody just come right in.
In many cases, yes, actually. In many cases, they were quite literally moving barbed wire fence.
Where did you get this information?
There are videos of it. Have you ever seen the video of Bobby?
Did you fact check the videos?
Have you ever seen the video of Bobby Kennedy when he was running as a Democrat, standing at the border? He was still a Democrat.
Wait,
and
you're
he
talking
could
about the
not
same
believe-
one that sniffed coke off a toilet seat and admitted it recently.
Wait, no.
The same one that actually took a dead bear and dropped it in Central Park. The same one that actually chopped the head off a whale. You're citing RFK Jr.?
Yes, I am citing RFK Jr.
No, I don't hear that.
Who's running HHS right now?
Which he...
Yeah, he like none of those, by the way, none of those claims are fake. It is a well-documented fact that RFK Jr. dropped a dead baby bear in Central Park in order to try and frame cyclists so that he could get like anti-cycling fervor going in New York City, right? It is also attested to by one of his children in like a memoir that when they were young, his children were young, he packed them all into a minivan, drove them to a beach where there was a washed up dead whale, and then hacked off its head, strapped it to the top of his car, and it had to be tied on through the windows, so the windows were down. And his kid writes about like how they had to have ponchos on because the viscera and fluid from the dead whale carcass was dripping in through the windows on them. And he did this just because he wanted to like examine the whale head like on his own in private. It's really, really weird and gross, right? And he did on a podcast recently talk about doing cocaine off a public toilet seat. Like, no, all of those are legit. All of those are legit.
Shouldn't be, but that's fine. Yeah. Listen, when you talk about...
how many people do you think came in under Biden? Let's see if we're even operating on the same plane.
Like Dave immediately drops this RFK talking point.
Number is about 10 million.
Okay, all right, fair enough. So I'll grant you that. They say it could be anywhere. I've heard 16 to 20 million, but let's say it's 10. Do you think that's good or fair or just or how a country can operate?
I think that when you create instability throughout the world and then you also tell people that your country's open, then you create an actual quote-unquote border crisis. Think about this really quick.
What instability was Joe Biden causing?
What was Barack Obama's nickname?
Barry?
Deporter-in-chief. Barack Obama had a negative immigration rate. That means that he deported more people than he let into the country. So you're
for deportation.
So we can say that there wasn't a border crisis under Obama, right?
The border crisis was significantly worse under Biden.
But under Obama, was there a crisis?
Barack Obama did.
Yes or no?
Barack Obama.
Yes or no?
Barack Obama did deport, I think, more people than Donald Trump.
Like, I hate this argument because, like, I think we have a terrible and inhumane border system in this country that needs to be changed and offer pathways to citizenship for people who are here. Like, the solution to undocumented people is not deportation. It is documenting them. It is rectifying the administrative error that has them undocumented. That's it. We have administrative errors all the time. People should just be like, you find out someone's undocumented, you get them documents. That's it. Right? End of story. But instead, we've set up this horrible, inhumane, and cruel system that rips them out of their homes, away from their families, and deports them. Like, that's crazy. And it's especially crazy because I want to remind you all of something. The kind of administrative error of being undocumented is like a civil violation. It's on par with that. It is on par with a parking ticket. And I don't see anybody going around saying you should be stripped of your citizenship for getting a parking ticket. I don't see anybody like getting told, "Oh, you should lose like your children, your wife, your brothers, your sisters, you should lose everything. Be ripped away from your home and family. Be incarcerated for an indefinite amount of time in concentration camps around the country because you got a parking ticket." Seems like a bad system when the solution to me really just seems to be document them. Then the problem's solved. Like, the problem here is that we have conservatives and corporate bought politicians in power right now who have empowered a system that relies upon incarcerated labor to basically pay workers next to nothing, slave wages, in order to produce goods cheaply. That is what, by the way, Geo Group has been advocating for decades. The private prison industry thrives off of huge amounts of relatively peaceful people being incarcerated for as long as possible. That is what is going on right now. The ICE concentration camps that they've built, most of them are privately run by companies like Geo Group. They have forced labor programs in those concentration camps. They are profiting off of the labor of these people who are being held indefinitely without any legal rights or recourse. And who does this benefit? It benefits corporations and billionaires. It is yet another way that these bought and paid for politicians in the Republican Party serve their billionaire donors.
Trump,
So,
yeah.
but then
I wish
you're saying,
Donald Trump was deporting more people.
Sure,
yeah.
I agree. So you're saying there was a crisis under Biden?
Yes,
Okay,
of course.
but no crisis under Obama?
No, I didn't say that. He was deporting.
I mean, yes or no? Yes
he
or
was
no?
Wait, hold on. Let's do Biden.
He had a
and they get 3 solid meals a day? No, they don't. No, they don't. Every single inspector who has gone through these facilities reports maggots and mold in the food, reports that the people are being given like milk that is curdled solid. The reports indicate that they are not getting enough food. They are not, in fact, being given enough water. They are not being given mandated amounts of times for outside exercise. They are not being kept in humane conditions. No one who has toured these facilities has reported that inmates are being given enough food. Not a single one. By the way, you'll notice even the administration does not claim to be giving them enough food. The administration, when they get asked about this, say that they are meeting the calories required. They don't care if those calories are edible or not. They don't care if the food that has calories on the packaging, if it's moldy and will make someone sick if they eat it. They don't care if there are maggots in the meat. They don't care.
deportation rate.
Let's do Biden and
also you can have all the even if it were true that they were getting the solid meals and the commissary and the time outside and the exercise and the books and television, even if all of that were true, they don't have access to legal representation. Their own lawyers are being denied visitation. Their own legal representatives aren't being allowed to contact them. And you could make all the arguments you want. Maybe it's as posh as you could like in there. But at the end of the day, they're not being allowed out. They're not being allowed to see their families. They're being indefinitely detained and forced to perform labor. And I have a sneaking suspicion it's not the Four Seasons in there. You know, based on literally all available evidence.
Trump.
No,
Biden
no,
and
I
Trump.
just
Let's
need
do the
you to answer
last
the question.
two
Hold on,
administrations.
just answer the question, yes or no?
I am for anyone that will close
That's fine.
borders and deport
I'll say
people.
no. I'll say no. That's
okay,
fine.
Okay.
So if there wasn't a crisis under Obama and there was a crisis under Biden, what happened in between those two administrations? Was there something that happened?
Wait, are you blaming Donald Trump for Joe Biden's border?
No, what I'm blaming Donald Trump for is when he's actually campaigning for president and he's going around and to any news organization that will let him speak and telling everyone that the border's open. They're wide open. Come on in, come on in. And he actually created.
I actually really hate this argument. Like, playing into the idea that there was a border crisis to begin with, I think is just a mistake. Like, I understand that this person is doing an argument to try and get an easy W on Dave Rubin, but I actually think playing into this perception of a border crisis is actually like a profound failure just from a political perspective.
Something that wasn't there. So
wait, you're blaming people coming to this country illegally. You're blaming Donald Trump. Donald Trump, who really only appeared because of borders, right? Build a wall.
There wasn't a border issue.
That's what
there
he
wasn't
appeared.
a border issue when he said that, right? But then when there was instability,
we've always had a completely porous border.
We had a negative
very
deportation rate under Obama. He created the actual desire for people to come here because he told the lie that the borders was open.
Wait a minute, but why?
So
but if
when he
America,
did that,
if America's
like honestly, this is a bad argument because people were trying to come to America prior to Donald Trump, right? He is trying to play into Dave Rubin's own rhetoric here to trap Dave and make Dave look bad, but I just think both of them are making bad arguments right now.
a racist, evil, capitalist country. Why would these people want to come here?
Because it's still better than the country that they're in. Because the United States of America
is pretty good.
Destabilizing other countries. CIA, our CIA keeps destabilizing other countries.
Now that's true. That is a good point.
Who did
We're
Barack,
doing that right now.
So who did Barack Obama destabilize that then Donald Trump allowed into the country?
The point being is our country has a history of destabilization. That doesn't matter if it's left or right.
So who did Barack? Well, I'm just playing your game here. I'm just playing your game, man.
Created the need for people to come here, and there was no crisis, then Donald Trump not only created it, but he didn't handle it.
Like, honestly, this is a bad argument from this guy, but Dave is such a bad communicator and so bad at like making an argument that he allowed himself to be trapped by this relatively simple maneuver. God.
I'm sorry, man. Nothing you're saying is making sense here.
Okay, we got pause there. You've been voted out.
What country did Barack Obama destabilize that caused people to come here under Donald Trump?
I guess you'll never know.
Okay, you've been voted out.
Okay.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
Hello.
Yeah. What's your name?
My name is Maybe. Nice to meet you, Dave.
Good to meet you.
So I myself am a Democrat. I'm actually running for state senate here in California.
Hell yeah. Hope Maybe wins.
Okay.
I would argue that I am about as far left as you can get as Democrats.
Okay.
And I'm critical of the Democratic Party because I actually don't think they're left enough. If we're going to talk about broken cities.
I like Maybe. I like maybe so far. Don't let me down, maybe. Don't let me down.
Here we are in Los Angeles. Los Angeles is not a broken city. I live here. I feel safe walking down the streets as an openly trans non-binary person, as somebody who does drag. This is not a broken city. It is unaffordable in many ways, but that is the case across the rest of the United States. And if we're going to talk about broken cities, we actually need to talk about broken states. 8 out of the 10 poorest states in the United States are Republican controlled. And the majority of states that are the wealthiest states are democratically controlled. And these are actually donor states to Republican states. And the irony is that Republicans are against welfare, except when it comes to funding their states.
Okay. Well, first off, I would say I'm very glad that as a trans person you feel safe here. You should feel safe, and I treat anyone that treats me with respect, you're going to get respect out of me. So I appreciate that. And I'm
It's
glad you're here.
remained
I assume you've been
constant
to West Hollywood, right?
I have.
I used to live in West Hollywood, pretty close to the Abbey.
Fact check. Most of the poorest states are Republican-led, while many of the wealthiest are Democratic-leaning. Census and state legislative data show that 9 out of the 10 poorest states vote Republican, and 18 of the 19 poorest have Republican-controlled legislatures. Fiscal analyses also find that higher-income blue states often pay more in federal taxes than they receive, while poorer red states often receive more than they contribute. Fact check.
And I left about I moved to the Valley before that, but I lived there for about 6 years. And the 6 years that I lived there, from about 2013 to 2019, it was pretty clean and it was pretty safe, and there weren't drug addicts and homeless people all over the place.
Thank you.
I spent the last 2 days there in West Hollywood. That's the hotel I'm staying at is there. There are drug addicts and homeless people everywhere. Everywhere. You would acknowledge that is the case, yes?
I would acknowledge that, but I would also acknowledge that there are plenty of housed people who are also drug addicts, and they never seem to be the problem. It's only when they're existing in poverty, abject poverty outside, that you have to witness it, that it becomes a problem. The issue is not that these people are dangerous. The mythology around people experiencing homelessness is that they are dangerous. The reality is that unhoused people are more likely to be victims of violent crime than perpetrators
Well, all right, so
She right, though. She right, though. What a queen. What a queen. Right? Because I always like the argument that, like, the argument against, like, homeless people and drug use isn't actually the real argument. Right? The argument that conservatives are making is that it's icky and gross to see people who are living in desperation. That's the actual argument. And the problem is that the Republican argument isn't how do we systematically change to get these people the help and support that they need. Instead, the Republican argument is how can we incarcerate these people? How can we punish them? And that's, I think, something that is deeply, deeply evil. Because it isn't, by the way, actually effective to, like, put these people in prison. It doesn't make them clean. There are actually a lot of drugs in prison. But instead, when we're talking about this, the problem is that we as a society can choose to have a society that helps people who are homeless and gives them housing. In fact, we have done studies on this time after time, pilot studies across the United States, across the world, and it shows that it is cheaper to provide housing to the unhoused than it is to allow them to remain unhoused. It actually saves your community money to house the homeless. It is not just the right thing to do, it is the fiscally responsible thing to do.
Listen, I can actually get on board some of what you're saying here. Now, there's a couple issues here, because one of them is not just about violence.
Fact check. Research and local data consistently shows that unhoused people are far more likely to be victims of violent crime than to commit it, with rates of assault, sexual violence, and even homicide many times higher than for the general population. But for the sake of this fact check, we didn't actually provide any facts of our own in the fact check, which seems like a real failure on our part. We'll try and do better next time.
Violence. If you are going to create the conditions, the economic conditions or whatever you want to call it, that's going to allow for these people to be out on the streets, would you want to walk a baby in a carriage down that block as these people are there? I don't think you would.
I would, because I don't know the last time I've heard of an unhoused person attacking a baby. And these are,
you know what? I would say if you,
fear-mongering.
no, it's not fear mongering.
It
If
is
you if
fear-mongering.
you were a young mother and you were pushing a carriage and there were a bunch of people who clearly were on, well, now they have super meth or whatever it is.
Super meth. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's super meth. The Republican argument is the money ends up with bureaucrats and cronies. Average veteran gets $33,000 who uses services. $122,000 is the average VA worker pay. Homeless are needed to generate tax dollars. The homeless aren't needed to generate tax dollars. They generate the tax dollars whether or not they are housed. They generate more tax dollars if they're housed. Yeah, like we have data that corroborates that. I've gone over it many times on stream. And also, veterans should be compensated more. We should be better for our veterans. We should do better for our veterans. But the fact that we do not currently do good enough for our veterans is not an argument that we should also do worse by our homeless people. In fact, many veterans are also homeless. If anything, we should strengthen both systems, and there is no excuse in this country for any veteran to go homeless. There's no excuse in the richest country to ever exist for people to be unhoused and for people to go hungry and for people to have no medical care. There is no excuse. The reason people are currently unhoused, the reason people are currently not getting health care, the reason people are currently starving is because that money, instead of going to working people, instead of going to the people who need it most, who are suffering under the most awful conditions imaginable, instead of that money getting there, it goes to fucking billionaires. It goes to fucking Elon Musk. SpaceX, for example, is undertaking this process of becoming a publicly traded corporation. It's about to have its IPO. They're trying to raise $75 billion. And all of SpaceX's money comes from taxpayers. Instead of providing for our veterans, instead of providing for our homeless neighbors, instead of providing for people in our communities, people we love, to get the health care that they need, instead, billionaires are profiting to the tune of billions of dollars as they all are fighting amongst each other to become the world's first trillionaire. We talk about how the poor are so entitled for wanting to eat. The poor, they're so entitled for wanting to have a roof over their heads. They're so entitled for wanting safety. They're so entitled for wanting healthcare. While meanwhile, the richest fuckers to ever exist are stealing hundreds of billions of dollars from us. They're stealing it from me. They're stealing it from you. They're stealing it from your kids, if your kids are old enough to pay taxes. They're stealing it from every goddamn one of us. The only people they're not stealing from are billionaires. SpaceX creates jobs. Those jobs could have been good paying union government jobs through NASA. Everything SpaceX has done, NASA did, and did for less money. God.
But it is real. It is a real thing. It is a real thing. That are on any of these drugs, you would not want to push a carriage down that block. But it's not exactly just about...
Dems didn't defund police. You can look at national rates of police department pay. They have gone up every fucking year. The idea that, like, Democrats defunded police in any respect that matters is just conservative fantasy. police department budgets keep going up and up and up. Here, I'll show it. Do-do-do. Let's see. I want data post. There we go. I think this will do it. I don't want that Bloomberg. No. We want a longer term study. We want better data. This for 2026. Let's see. Despite defunding claims, police funding has increased in many U.S. cities. Of 109
Democratic
of 109 budgets analyzed, 91 agencies have upped police funding by at least 2%. Let's see. Yeah, here's the budget for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's budget. You can see it went up basically every year from 2012 to 2023. You can point to 2 different years where it went down. One was 2018 and one was 2021. And it went down in 2021 by $0.01 billion, which is like less than 1%. It's crazy. But sure. Yeah, no, it's all been defunded for sure. Do we have like a national average here? Well, this is not the year I'm looking for. I really wanted more graphs to demonstrate visually what I'm talking about. What this one do? I want like year over year. Oh, okay. This one might do. No, that's related to schools. Let's see. No, this is the police funding database is good, but not exactly the thing I'm looking for. I don't want federal spending. I just want like kind of like the yearly spend. Pista. This should be a lot easier to see. Let's see. No, we could go into that study, but that's not that useful. Ah, actually, here we go. This is more what I was looking for. Oh, God. There we go. This is from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. State and local public order and safety spending on police. And this is in the billions of dollars, starting in 1959 at $1.873 billion. And the state and local spending on police, as you can see, since 1959 all the way to 2024, has gone up every single year as a national priority. It has gone from 1959 at $1.873 billion to $178.858 billion. It has literally gone up by about 100 times what it was in 1959. The Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis is one of the most reputable financial institutions in the United States, by the way. I don't know. Just look at that photograph, indeed. Thank you for bearing with me while I found that graph, by the way. Good stuff. I'll link it here in the chat. You guys can take a look at it, of course. Boop. 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 And boop. There you go. All right. Let's get that out of here and jump back into this.
You just
Violence
took it out
per
of.
se.
I told you
Hold
I
on.
would actually feel comfortable with
Okay,
that.
okay,
The
so you
issue is-
would.
the issue is not these people.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say
Okay.
that most parents would not be comfortable with that. But it's not just about that. I would also say if you spend any time in, well, Hollywood's become a total disaster too. But if you go down Melrose, you go down to these places that were once thriving. The store everywhere. The stores are closed.
Okay,
there
this
are
has-
not.
this has
there are
nothing
not
to-
shoppers. But it's because of the economic conditions.
Exactly. It's
that
a part of the
leftist-
economic conditions.
No,
So what
but-
we
but
need is
who's been-
economic equity.
No. But
we
who's
need
been running?
policymakers.
But Democrats have been running this city forever. Democrats have been running the state
Okay,
of
but here's the
California
thing:
forever.
Republicans who are running to represent this city, including Spencer Pratt,
Wait.
is not coming in to build housing for all
Wait.
the issues that there is not enough
Well,
housing in
it's
Los
not a-
Angeles
but it's
to
not a
house the
housing.
number of people
It's
experiencing
not-
homelessness.
No.
Yes,
Hold
it is,
hold
because on
it's
any
not
given
a
night,
housing issue. It's
yes,
not a
it is.
housing
On any
issue.
given
You
night,
could give drug.
It's not a. Oh my God, is Dave about to make the same argument we were talking about earlier, where like some dipshit conservatives are like, yeah, most homeless people like being homeless. They love it. People love to suffer in the elements.
Addicts, all the beds and homes that there are, and it will not work. It will not work. If you told me that what you were trying to do was figure out truly functional programs that would help these people get off drugs, and they could actually work,
like universal health care.
I could get on some of that. No, but just saying universal health care, and we're going to give health care to everybody.
Well, Dave,
just
you
say,
haven't
it's
given me
easy to
you haven't
say.
given me a moment to speak in return.
It's easy to say, yeah. It's also easy to pass a law. Like, it's honestly not even that difficult to figure out how one would construct a law to have universal health care. All you have to do, the reason it's called Medicare for All, is just to lower the age of Medicare, like, eligibility every year. You just roll Medicare down. Maybe you roll it down 5 years every year. You know? Until everyone is covered by Medicare. That's all you got to do. Medicare works great for seniors, and they are the highest risk pool in the entire country. What we're talking about when it comes to Medicare is actually making Medicare stronger and better for everybody on it. Like, oh, well, but how would we do it? The same way we provide healthcare right now for senior citizens. It's not a difficult thing to imagine. That's why they call it Medicare for all.
So what I want to say is that on any given night in Los Angeles, in LA County, there are more than 72,000 people experiencing homelessness. In LA City, there are more than 43,000
Los
people. Let me
Angeles.
finish.
Democrat
there are more
run
than
Los
43,000
Angeles.
people experiencing homelessness.
Yeah.
Yet there are only about 16,000 interim housing shelter beds. Meanwhile, there are more than 250,000 vacant units. Here's the thing, Democrats, what I'm saying...
Is your argument...
Yeah, Democrats also aren't passing Medicare for all. That's a problem, which is why people need to get involved with the local Democrats and advocate for Medicare for all on the local level and make sure any politician who is coming up also supports Medicare for all.
The Democrats have not funded... Is your
Also, pass Montana initiatives in every goddamn state. Bar corporate PAC spending in every fucking state. It should be illegal. The people doing it should go to prison.
Argument that Democrats have not funded homeless policies
argument is that Republicans are not going to fund it either. They're just going to criminalize our neighbors experiencing poverty, and we cannot criminalize our neighbors experiencing homelessness because they are poor.
But you seem more angry at Republicans who've had nothing to do with this.
You seem more angry with Republicans who have nothing to do with this, except, you know, everything. I wonder why there are so many people with mental illnesses on the streets in California. I wonder why. I wonder if we looked back in the past, might there be a prominent Republican governor that completely obliterated the social safety net that was specifically designed to help people like that? Oh yeah, his name was Ronald Reagan.
Have literally no influence in this city or in this state. So even if I could grant you some...
But they have said what they want to do, which is come in and criminalize people who are living poor in public. And that is not going to solve the problem. That is going to shut...
Is he under the impression that California has no Republicans? It would be very funny if he was under that impression, considering he's supporting Spencer Pratt.
The problem down the street is going to create more incarceration.
You're angry at people. You seem angry at people that aren't in power and haven't been in power here in decades than the people who are actually in power. If you're angry,
I can be angry at both.
But if you're angry at somebody,
that's true. Like, you can pat your head and rub your tummy at the same time, Dave. I can be angry at corporate Dems who sold us out to the highest bidder, and I can be angry at corporate Republicans who also sold us out to the highest bidder.
be angry at Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom, when he was mayor of San Francisco, had his, 10-year plan to end homelessness in San Francisco. I am sure I don't have to tell you about the drug and homelessness problem
You don't, but
in
what
San
we don't
Francisco.
actually have is permanent supportive housing. We do not have enough permanent supportive housing with wraparound services.
So wait,
you can't just criminalize people and throw people in jail.
No. So we have a fundamental difference on what you can do for these people. I don't think that if you take a bunch of drug addicts and just give them beds, that's going to solve anything. I think.
That's really interesting. Let me take a look at something real quick. Let's take a look here. I wanted to... Yeah, here we go. Boop. Does giving someone a house help them with their drug use? Housing First, this is from 2013, okay, published in the American Journal of Public Health. Housing First improves residential stability in housing in homeless adults with concurrent substance dependence and mental disorders. Results, we recruited 497 participants and 58% met the criteria for substance dependence. We found no significant association between substance dependence and residential stability. After adjusting for housing intervention, employment, sociodemographics, and chronic health conditions, mental disorder severity, psychiatric symptoms, and lifetime duration of homelessness. Conclusions, people with mental disorders might achieve similar levels of housing stability from Housing First, regardless of whether they experience concurrent substance dependence. That is to say, if you are struggling with homelessness and given housing, you are far more likely to remain stable, even if you have a mental health disorder, right? And what exactly does that mean when it comes to the substance abuse? right? Well, there's actually a number of studies about this. Let's take a look at one. The relationship between housing status and substance use and sexual risk behaviors among people currently seeking and receiving services in substance use disorder treatment programs. We're going to go down to the discussion. Our purpose was to examine whether housing status was related to substance use and sexual risk behaviors for participants recruited from SUD treatment programs to determine whether substance use mediated pathways between housing status and sexual risk behaviors. We found a clear distinction in risk behaviors between individuals who reported being unstably housed and those who were homeless. Specifically, the results demonstrated a high prevalence of substance use and sexual risk behaviors among unstably housed individuals, but not among homeless persons or people in controlled environments. The finding that unstable housing was closely associated with substance use and increased sexual risk behavior aligns with previous research. Dickinson Gomez et al. Posit that individuals who are unstably housed have higher rates of sexual risk than those who are homeless because they live with acquaintances or sex partners and may thus be expected to contribute to household expenses or to share drugs, which may result in exchanging sex in order to retain a place to sleep. In addition, the prevalence of problematic drug use and cocaine use and sexual risk behaviors, including having multiple condomless sex partners, condomless sex with non-primary partners, and HIV unknown serostatus partners, was significantly higher among unstably housed individuals than instably housed in our sample. Substance users, particularly those living in unstable housing and homeless conditions, remain vulnerable to outbreaks of HIV infection. More residential instability is associated with more substance use and sexual risk behaviors, and may also independently contribute to HIV risk. Previous research has shown that 50% to 75% of unstably housed or homeless individuals engage in illicit drug use behaviors. We found that some drugs were significant mediators between being unstably housed and sexual risk behaviors. Unstably housed participants were at increased risk of engaging in sexual risk behaviors related to substance use, particularly when using cocaine, opioids, or marijuana. Similar findings also reported the daily cocaine injection was significantly associated with unstable housing. In another qualitative study, all opioid injectors described unstable housing and unreliable income sources. Substance users with decreased housing stability, such as those facing imminent eviction, often reported increased stress and substance use, which may lead to increased sexual risk behaviors. A more recent study showed that people with any positive reason for moving used drugs more frequently in the past 30 days, while those with a greater number of moves in the last 6 months were likely to have had condomless sex with an increased number of partners. They also reported that living with drug users, contributing money to household expenses, or having conflict over household expenses were associated with more hard drug use and more condomless sex partners. So basically, the more unstable the housing situation is, the more likely it becomes that people are going to turn to drugs or to risky sexual encounters. And this is shown time and time again in research. So if you are actually interested in getting people off of drugs, providing them stable housing is one of the number one ways you can help them stay off of drugs. If your concern is for the health of these individuals who are suffering from homelessness and doing drugs, then you should be concerned with getting them housed, because it's cheaper than leaving them unhoused, and it helps them to get off of drugs. It helps them to make healthier decisions for themselves.
It's going to prolong it for the most part, okay? So we have a fundamental difference there. That's just fine. But what I would say is aim your anger.
I'm sure that you would probably do drugs if you lived on the street as well.
Aim your anger at the people who have been in charge. Your anger should not be at Spencer
My anger is at the duopoly, which is both Democrats and Republicans.
But it's not a duopoly here. It's not a duopoly here. Here in Los Angeles, which has...
And yet, Spencer Pratt would also do diddly shit for the homeless population of LA.
We got a pause there. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah, thank you.
Dave's argument here really just seems to be, well, you should vote for the Republican because he'll at least be more honest about telling homeless people to go fuck themselves.
He's quick. He's quick. Hi, Eric. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, good.
Why does this look like AI? I don't know. Because I'm goofy looking.
So I really want to ground this conversation more in what I believe is the greatest damage that's happening right now in America, which is the affordability problem. And I think that there's no one who has exacerbated that more than Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans. We can talk about cities specifically, but I'd like to just talk about the nation.
Oh, the video? Jubilee just looks like that. Jubilee just looks like AI folks.
As a whole. Sure. If you look, I was previously an economics teacher for 12th grade, and if you looked at the three primary indicators of how the economy is doing, GDP, the labor market, and inflation, all three of those are indicating that the economy is going in a downhill direction, and that's all.
I kind of love this guy. I kind of love this sassy gay like economics teacher. Like I kind of like him. I'm not gonna lie.
Also validated by a recent poll, 73% of people in
I'm also not happy with liberal politics. Welcome to the club.
America are saying that the economy is in poor condition. Now, if you look at the primary things that the Trump administration has done, taking away people's health care in one big beautiful bill, the war in Iran, which has raised gas prices, that's really the thing that is making everyone really feel like, oh, affordability, I need to choose between gas and groceries. This is the big problem that we're experiencing. So I don't think that going more in a Republican direction is necessarily going to be helpful for that, because we're seeing that.
I do appreciate the rising tide of folks who are finally willing. Like it took forever. It took forever and just a deluge of obvious hints, but like finally people are pointing out that the entire argument that Republicans were the fiscally responsible ones is utter and complete horseshit. Every time we've had a Republican president for like the entirety that I've been alive, the last half a century, Republican presidents have blown a fucking hole in our budget every single time. Every single time. And I keep hearing Republicans talking about the deficit, the deficit, the deficit, the deficit, the deficit. And the Republican presidents are the ones running up the fucking deficit. And every single time the Republicans run up the deficit to give massive handouts to the richest people on the planet, the billionaire class, the Epstein class, every single time they do that, there's never a question of how are we going to pay for it? And I think that that's really telling, right? It's never a question, how are we going to pay for this $1 trillion handout to the richest assholes to ever exist? No. How are you going to pay for the program, Medicare for All, that will save people money, that will be cheaper than doing what we do right now? That's the thing. The fiscally responsible moves that cost us less money are the moves that then get painted as the fiscally irresponsible ones. How are you going to pay for it? How are you going to pay for it? It's crazy.
Donald Trump ran on a platform of making the economy better. He appealed to people, the populace, of saying, listen, I understand the struggle. They pointed the finger at immigrants, at trans people, LGBTQ people, but then he made it worse. I don't think a lot of people were expecting that, the economy could actually go in a worse direction. So I just want to say.
Again, I think there's been a certain theme that I disagree with a little.
The president doesn't control the budget, Congress does. And yet, every time Trump has been in office, he's blown a fucking hole through the budget by commanding Republicans in Congress to vote for insane budget proposals. Weird how that works out.
Bit of the premise there, but I can basically get on board what you said there. Look, if you want to create the conditions for economic success, what I think you have to do is you have to lower taxes literally for everybody, and you have to eliminate as much regulation as possible, right?
Man, I fucking love that. You know, if you want economic success, you have to lower everybody's taxes. Now, I just want to like do a quick thought experiment. If you lower the taxes on, working people, right? Working class Americans. Maybe that puts like, I don't know, $100, $200, $500 into working people's pockets. Maybe. Right? But lowering the taxes on the billionaires by the same percentage puts hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars into their pockets. And like that seems like pretty obvious to me. Especially when you look at the budgeting bills that get passed, which it is never just a flat tax reduction across all categories. The people at the top get the biggest tax reductions, percentage-wise. And so it's interesting to me, right? Because when Dave Rubin proposes this kind of solution, he knows that's how that works. He knows his rich friends are going to get the bigger tax cuts. And I just point this out because the argument that, oh, well, the rich need the biggest tax cuts because then it'll trickle down. All of their economic spending will trickle down to the people on the bottom. If that were true, we would have seen that happen already. And it doesn't happen. What happens is the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. And that is why we are currently experiencing a wealth gap, the likes of which hasn't been seen since the 1920s.
When we see a massive exodus right now,
Worth noting, right before the fucking Great Depression.
we'll use New York as an example. Since Mamdani has taken over, they have lost trillions of dollars in tax revenue, right? So the guy wants to fund big government programs, and what he's saying is, I want to tax these.
Yet you wonder why the government steals 70% of all profit from the economy, yet you wonder why employers can't pay more and business leaves the country, government creates nothing. One, that's absolutely not true. Government creates a lot of vital services that you and I rely on a daily basis. Your fucking roads, your fucking electrical upkeep, your personal safety in any building that you walk into, your ability to rely on clean medicine that isn't full of poison, your ability to eat food that isn't made out of sawdust, your ability to like have a fire department respond if your home lights on fire, your ability to rely on some form of public safety. Government creates all of these things and many, many, many more things as well. But also the idea that the government steals 70% of all profit is really interesting there, because profit is extra. Profit is after your fucking expenses, right? And one of the things you list here, yet you wonder why employers can't pay more. If they are making a profit, my friend, they can pay more. They are choosing not to so that they can give the profit to their CEOs, to their boards of directors, to their shareholders, and not to their workers. So, also, even if the government is taking 70% of all profit, which it's not, that still means companies are making 30% profits, and they're currently making record profits in America at their workers' expense. And businesses aren't leaving America. Factories, manufacturing is, because the workers at the factory don't own the factory. They don't get to dictate how that factory is used. Instead, the billionaire owners, they look at that factory and they say, we could just build another factory on the other side of the planet and criminally underpay those workers. We could pay them slave wages and no one would complain in another country. And so they do that. because it's cheaper, so that they can maximize their fucking profit.
People more, and then he is causing them to leave. That is what people are going to do in a free society, right? We have states' rights, and in Florida, say, we have no state income tax, we have low regulation. We create the conditions for economic boom, and that's what we're getting right now. It's not a coincidence that massive corporations, and if you look at nothing else, between blue and red right now, do you know how many people since COVID have moved to Florida?
I want to touch on what you.
Hey, just talking about the lack of regulations over in Florida, just real quick. Anyone remember a while ago, back in 2021? Let's just take a quick look here.
Following breaking news out of Florida, a new report is now out revealing what may have caused the deadly condo building collapse in Surfside, Florida, back in 2021. The report from the National Institute of Standards and Technology found that the failures that led to the collapse likely started in the building's pool deck rather than in the tower itself. The collapse of that 12-story building happened in the middle of the night, you may remember, in June 2021, killing 98 people. NBC News correspondent Ryan Chandler joins us now with more on this. Ryan, can you walk us through what they discovered, what the biggest takeaways are in this new report, and have we heard from the families?
So, Kate, this report really lends itself to reinforcing what had been the leading hypothesis after this collapse, that problems in the pool deck had doomed this building to collapse for decades prior. Investigators say that from the very construction of that pool deck back in 1981, that it did not live up to applicable building codes, was not built to a sufficient level of safety. And those problems were made worse by 40 years of corrosion and degradation. They point to a few main factors. Corrosion in the steel that reinforced that pool deck, made worse, of course, by the seawater being so close to the ocean, shrinking of the concrete and improperly built construction joints in the pool deck slab. We've known from our reporting dating back 2 years now that investigators have said that pool deck fell well short of applicable building codes, and from the beginning did not have the structural design to ensure safety over all these decades.
Yeah. When Dave Rubin is sitting there boasting about how, we keep cutting regulations in Florida. It's great. It's led to an economic boom. Cutting out regulations leads to lack of safety. It leads to cutting necessary corners. It leads to cutting the things that make people safe, the things that keep up structural integrity. And like when you start talking about building codes and building regulations, the reason those regulations exist is so that your house doesn't just spontaneously combust due to faulty wiring. It exists so that your house doesn't just spontaneously collapse upon you. It exists so that your condo doesn't just collapse and kill you and everyone else who's inside. It exists, and the reason these regulations are there is because people have died. The saying goes, regulations are written in blood. And many of the regulations we have, sure, some of them might be outdated. It's worth taking a look at, but just thinking, well, all regulations are bad, explicitly spits on the sacrifice that hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people have made over the course of centuries in this country to try and make things safe. More commie talk! It's true. It's communist to not want buildings to collapse on you.
You were talking about Mamdani, because I don't know the answer to that, but I can say,
okay, I'm not trying to get you. I'm not trying to get you. So 2.3 million people have moved to Florida since COVID, right? And it was largely because of COVID. And then there were economic opportunities. Now it's because there's a huge boom down there and there's lower taxes, and DeSantis is trying.
As for Americans Don't Profit, go ahead and do the average wage for workers. Fun fact, we just did a segment where I did exactly that, and it shows that profits are going up and workers are getting less and less share of that profit. which is then in turn leading to 50% of Americans not being able to meet necessary expenses. We already did all of this in earlier today. And yeah, the thing you're arguing that like, oh, well, workers are they're doing so good in America. No, we're not. Most people in America can't afford the things they need to live. And that's because even as profits go up, workers aren't being paid enough. They are not being paid in line with the rate of corporate profit, which is, I would like to remind everybody, generated by the workers.
Trying to get rid of property taxes, et cetera, et cetera. You know how many people have left California since COVID?
Well, I would like to talk about
again,
the
I'm not
percent
trying to
of
get you. Hold on,
billionaires
hold on,
who would
hold
leave
on.
California
Hold on.
if there was a proposed billionaire tax, and the percent
But
is
the billionaires,
less than 5%.
No, but the billionaires.
Buildings 100 years ago didn't fall down because we had fucking building regulations 100 years ago.
Actually,
the billionaires
a myth that
but wait.
billionaires will leave.
But the
state.
billionaires are leaving. Peter Thiel left. Elon Musk left. We can look at Ken Griffin.
What does
just
that
in
have
the
to do
just in the
with
last 2 weeks? Well, if you want,
got to pause there. You've been voted out by the
yeah. If you
majority.
want their money, they're going to take it. All right, I started.
Thanks.
Okay, wait. Just out of curiosity, here. Peter Thiel has left. He's left America. He's gone to Argentina. Peter Thiel still owns 3 homes in America. One in Miami, one in Los Angeles, and one in Maui. Okay, together they are worth tens of millions of dollars. Oh, he's left. He left America. He moved away. He owns 3 fucking homes here. I'm pretty sure he'll be back. Oh no, Elon Musk, he's gonna leave America. We can't let Daddy Musk leave. No. How many homes does Elon Musk own in America? Let's just see. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Let's see, in 2020, he sold 7 mansions across the United States for a combined worth of $100 million. And let's see. He alleges to live in a tiny home worth around $50,000. That, I think is fair to say, is a lie. Yeah, here we go. In 2024, he bought multiple properties in Austin, Texas, worth $35 million. And built his own compound and owns a city in Texas that he runs as a company town. So, I think it's fair to say, considering he owns a city in Texas, that perhaps he's not going anywhere anytime soon. Yeah, inflation works that way. What's the actual percent of increase? You can go back in stream and look at that entire section. I'm not rehashing it just for your own edification. Elon Musk also has a hidden portfolio of residential properties of around 7 within the United States. He has also, in a show of insane persecution, bought decoy properties across the United States. New report, Elon Musk's hidden network of 90-plus Texas companies buying land and influence. He created 90 shell corporations to buy homes. Yeah, 37 companies appear to serve largely personal functions. Let's see. Quiet land acquisition. Yeah. Buying 110 acres here. 1,000 acres there. Yeah. Interesting shit. He's just buying thousands of acres of land and has housing through the companies that aren't listed directly to him, but instead to the companies. Let's see. These include 2 luxury units at the Proper Hotel in Austin, owned by the AJG Growth Fund. And let's see here. What else? People close to Musk told the Times he bought decoy properties to obscure where he actually lived, including at least one home in the gated community of Spanish Oaks. Beginning in 2022, Musk used additional LLCs with generic names to purchase 3 houses totaling about 31,000 square feet. Wow, it sounds like despite his attempt to look like a humble, tiny home owner, he actually owns dozens of homes in the United States. You know, because he still lives in the United States. All this talk about, oh, we're fleeing to other countries, it's all bullshit, guys.
He didn't try very hard.
Not really. Hi, Kian. Nice to meet you.
Hi, good to meet you.
Well, so what? Well, the point is, I wouldn't care if any individual person decides to leave the United States and go live in another state. That's or country. That's their right. But the reason this matters is because the argument is, oh, if we tax billionaires, they'll leave. Man, if billionaires cared about taxes, they wouldn't have like 57 secret properties and like decoy bunkers and shit. They have to pay taxes on all that shit. Like, they are already paying a bunch of taxes. They're not going to leave the country because they have to pay more taxes. Part of the upside of being a billionaire is you get to do whatever the fuck you want, regardless of what it costs, including live in America, even if they tax you.
I want to talk on broken schools.
Oh, the fuck is a decoy property? Elon Musk is really paranoid about being tracked, and so he has decoy properties so no one knows where he lives.
You mentioned that you think schools are teaching kids what to think, not how to think. I just finished my student teaching program today. I'm getting my teacher certificate like right now.
Great. Wow.
Thank you. Everything we talk about in my program, every piece of what you guys would probably consider to be like woke critical race theory has been so beneficial for me in my student teaching and connecting with our students.
Give me an example.
Yeah, taking students' backgrounds into account when I am planning my lessons, making it actually engaging for them is like the step one if you want to teach them anything. Because if students
can you give me
an
actual example? I'm
okay,
following
for
you
sure.
here. Yeah.
Like I have noticed a lot of my students are specifically concerned about like money and being able to make money in the future. So when we're reading Romeo and Juliet, we talk about the class like dynamics at play in that play because that's something they're interested in. So when I talk about that, they can buy in and they can actually do that.
Okay.
This is something that the right would look at and say is like CRT. You're just like looking at them because they're from like poorer economic backgrounds, so they're doing all this.
Well, you haven't mentioned anything related to race. I don't have an inherent problem with what you just described right there. I don't see how that's CRT.
We're not trying to teach people what to think. We're teaching them how to think, and the way to do.
Man, this guy is too much of a cinnamon roll to be on this show. Like, also, he's not actually addressing the the argument that Dave has made so far. I guess trying to address like the broken school component, but like, Dave doesn't care about that. Dave genuinely doesn't give a shit. And honestly, Dave is going to use a clip like this to make the argument that, oh, they're teaching kids how to think. That's indoctrination.
Do that is by getting them engaged. And I think we see this in that all the top states are all blue states. All the top states for education are all blue states. Do you dispute that?
Florida's number one in higher education, without question. I mean, you check the U.S.
Dave doesn't care about anything. That's not true. Dave cares an awful lot about money. It's like the entire reason he left the left.
Check U.S. News World
K through
Report. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Florida's top
It's
three.
Not. It's not.
We'd
It's
have
not
to
in the
check.
top
Check U.S. News World Report. We
It's not
can
true.
fact
Okay.
check it. Yeah,
Please
yeah.
do.
Yeah. What I would say, my basic
Fact check. U.S. News 2024 to 2025 pre-K through 12 state rankings put blue states New Jersey, Massachusetts, and Connecticut in the top 3. So the highest rated K through 12 systems in the index are indeed in Democratic-leaning states, but it's not strictly true that every top-ranked K through 12 state is blue under all data sets. Florida is ranked number 1 overall education in the U.S. News state rankings primarily because of its consistently stronger higher education performance, while it ranks around 22nd in the pre-K through 12 sub-ranking.
situation when it comes to
Wait, so I am curious, by what metric is Florida number 1, if not in a pre-K through 12 ranking? Like, what other elements are raising it to a number 1 state? Like, are we talking about, like, college education? Because generally speaking, when people are talking about education, like, for states, they're talking about the pre-K through 12. Like, that's what they're talking about. Wouldn't teaching them what to think be indoctrination? Why would anyone have a problem teaching students how to think? Because conservatives, when they hear teachers are teaching children how to think, what they hear is, if you control the process of thought, you control the output. They're teaching them how to think themselves into becoming socialists. Like, that's generally what conservatives believe. They think that the way to counteract this is to teach children what to think. It's inverting the relationship. He literally said higher education. Yeah, but like sometimes people use that in like a colloquial sense to mean like high school. It's literally called high school, so some people are like higher education, the high school years.
education is we should have school choice. We should have charter schools. We should have public.
Because again, when people are talking about, oh, we should have school choice, we should have charter schools and stuff like that, they're not talking about fucking college higher education. Charter schools are not college schools. Like, they are for the pre-K through 12 era. You know, like that's typically that's kind of the thing I'm talking about here. Dave is talking about the pre-K through 12 era, under which Florida is ranked number 22 in the United States. But then he's saying, well, Florida is ranked number 1 among all things, including higher education. But then the policies he's talking about are related to pre-K through 12. It's messy, and I think a stupid, distracting argument for Dave to make, which is why I call it out.
Public schools, we should have private schools. You shouldn't necessarily be stuck in a failing school just because of your zip code.
I'm glad you brought
want to
this
have
up,
as much.
but
Just a reminder, can't use slurs in my chat. Sorry. You're welcome to disagree with me. You just can't be using slurs.
Choice as possible within the system, and then it also creates competition. I also look. We have a huge
I'm
homeschool.
sorry, I gotta cut you off.
We have a
Private
huge
and charter
homeschool
schools
boom.
are not more inclusive. Do you know what the average cost of
Well, I
private
didn't say
schools?
I didn't say anything about inclusive.
You said
well,
you don't want people to get stuck.
I don't want people.
Banana brains, of course. Happy to oblige.
I want
I
there
think
to
schools
be
should be inclusive.
Well, it depends what you mean by inclusive. So
I
what,
think
so
that
what do you mean
everyone
by
should have
inclusive?
similar opportunities, and the way to do that is not with school choice. School choice.
So you want
guts public
state-run, no competition.
I think
school.
having public schools
Yeah.
is the best way to get the most amount of people, and if we make public education.
Vertical chatters, if you want the chat, hit the subscribe button. In about 5 minutes, you'll be able to post something. Sorry to all you fine folks. We gotta have the shields up for a bit.
good, and we actually
that's
put
a
resources into
that's
it.
a hell of a
I
caveat.
know, but
Who's in
school
charge? Let me
choice
ask you
is
that.
what gets that.
But if, school choice?
Yes.
School,
Where do you think the funding goes with school choice? It comes from public education to go to private and charter schools.
Right. So I would have as many charter schools as possible, as many private schools as possible. I would encourage homeschooling.
So you want to
I would encourage pod
eliminate
learning.
public schooling?
I think actually you could. Over time, I think you could, but I'm not calling for that today. You want...
We could kill public schools. Over time, you could. But I'm not saying we should do that now. Okay.
Can I tell you what I really want? Can I tell you what I really want?
So might I recommend?
Schools have always been state
but has always been state run. And how do you think that's working out?
I think it was working out really great until we started gutting our funding. If we look at class sizes right now, can I talk about class sizes?
Sure.
My teacher, my mentor teacher, has class sizes.
Yeah, Karen L. We'll talk about it in the mod chat, and I'll let you know.
Of up to 40 students in her classes.
So I would
that is not
more...
sustainable. If we put more funding in, we can hire more teachers for those public schools to get class sizes down, which is the #1 thing.
So you
if
think,
we have lower class sizes,
let me finish. You think if we just put more money into these things,
I think if we hire more
results.
teachers.
Yeah, if you hire more teachers, aka put more money into these programs, you can lower class sizes, personalize education plans on a per student basis. You would also be able to hire more support staff to do things like provide IEPs for children who need additional supports in school. You'd be able to do a whole lot of different things with more funding. And if you decrease the amount of funding available, schools can do less things. It's not difficult to figure out how that works.
If we hire more teachers, then we have lower class sizes. Teachers like myself can individualize our curriculum. We can take individual students into account.
Unemployed Chud writes, farting in blankies, watching some streams, eating some egg salad. Sounds like a beautiful evening.
In our lesson planning, which is something I do because I was lucky enough.
This is genuinely like watching Dave Rubin do a Simpsons bit unironically. He's doing the money can buy goods and services thing. He's like, I'm genuinely baffled.
$20. I wanted a peanut. $20 can buy many peanuts. Explain how. Money can be exchanged for goods and services. Woohoo!
Genuinely, he's below Homer Simpson level cognition. It's crazy.
To have a small class size, but other classes don't have that, so it's not possible.
That you would be quite a good teacher, likely in a pod.
I'd say he's doing the steamed hams bit. I mean, he's getting close, yeah.
Or at a charter school, or at something where it would be more one-on-one.
I'd be a good teacher anywhere, I promise.
Okay, we got to pause there.
That's
we got
fine,
to pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, how are you?
All right, good. What is one main metric that Donald Trump has made better off since he got in office? So an example would be GDP, unemployment, inflation, et cetera.
Well, right now, first off, the big beautiful bill was just passed last year, and it's kicking in now, right? It's kicking in now. Okay, so we are.
Oh God, I think Dave. I haven't seen many clips, but people have been asking me about this guy, about this Parker talking to Dave Rubin. They've been asking me if this bit has happened yet. So I don't know what happens here, but I have a feeling Dave is about to have his ass handed to him in about 5 different ways.
We're going to now see results of that, like even the tariffs. All right, so let's do tariffs. Are you for or against tariffs?
Against the universal tariff. So what's the main metric that he made better off?
What?
What's the main metric that he made better off? GDP, unemployment, inflation? Do you have any idea?
Listen.
Listen here, you snot-nosed little freak. I came here to debate you, not to provide you with fancy facts and figures. I didn't come here prepared with your fancy schmancy learning. You think I can just pull numbers out of my butt? I can't.
Listen,
I don't think you do.
Do you think, hold on, so you're arguing that things economically were better under Joe Biden
At the end of his administration, absolutely.
Yeah. So can you give me an example of how?
Yeah, GDP growth was better off. Real median wage growth was better off. Inflation was better off at the end of his administration. Unemployment was better off at the end of his administration. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years, just this last year under Trump's administration. The inflation, 3.8% year over year since Trump got in office. We're seeing all of those economic indicators become worse off. Can you tell me anything that he's done to make it better off? You say
Can you tell me anything? Can you tell me anything that got better? Anything at all? And like, no, he can't. No, he can't. Dave did not come prepared for this. Dave has no idea. Yeah, how dare this child speak to Dave this way with facts? How dare? Vertical stream crashed? Did it? No, it looks like it's still going. Oh. 1 second. Vertical stream will be back. Don't you worry, folks. We'll be back. It says stream unavailable. Again, it should be back. Should be back soon. 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 We're back. Cool. We'll all get horizontal. Yeah. It's back, baby. Sorry about that. This must be part of what they are particularly stringent about. How about we keep it full screen for a little bit?
it's broken for Democrats. It sounds like it's broken right now under Trump.
Have you looked at the stock market?
It's worse off in terms of the growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. If you look at Dow Jones and S&P 500,
they're both up quite a bit right now,
but lower rate,
and
lower
doing
growth
quite
rate.
well. You know, things don't.
The Dow is over 50,000 right now.
The Dow? That's a lot of thou. The Dow. Coder Joe, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Working to restore Riverboat.gg's honor. Appreciate you.
Happen overnight. So Donald Trump, for example, things don't. That's true. That's true. There's reality. There's actual reality. Like you put policies into place and they don't just kick in the next day, right?
Well,
Donald Trump,
a year and a half.
Donald Trump said when the tariffs.
He said in a year,
hold on.
prices would be down 50% for electricity. Are they up right now?
Hold on. Donald Trump, when he brought in the whole idea of tariffs, would you agree that for the last 4 decades,
SpongeBob Tech Nerd 23, thank you for gifting us a community sub over on Twitch. Appreciate you.
we have had completely.
Fact check. GDP growth. Trump 2025, 2.2%. Biden, 2.4%. Inflation. Trump in 2026, 3.8%. Biden, 3%. Unemployment. Trump, April 2026, 4.3%. Biden, 4.1%. 2025 was Trump's worst non-COVID year for job growth. True. The S&P 500 returned 16.39% in 2025, which was a decline from the 23% to 24% growth seen in 2024.
Lopsided trade deals with all of these countries where they're tariffing and taxing our products that go to them, and they're getting sweet deals when they sell to the American public. Do you think that's a fair?
Didn't Trump address that with the USMCA, but he went against that when he didn't?
Yeah, we can't show the video at the moment because otherwise the DMCA will come for us all.
Extend it through the context of his new trade agreement because he wanted to place tariffs on all of them again. And his tariffs that he's placing on are destroying our relationships with countries all around the world.
No,
it's costing. Wait, please finish.
When you say destroying relationships,
it's costing consumers here in this country. A Federal Reserve.
I want a camera to show Dave Rubin's face so bad.
report just came out indicated that we'd be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation if Donald Trump never imposed the tariffs in the first place.
Wait,
Also, this man is so laser focused on destroying Dave Rubin right now. This is a look of pure, unadulterated focus. He is lasering in directly on Dave Rubin's heart.
Meaning we'll be able to bring down interest rates and we'll be able to increase investment within our economy and bring more jobs back.
Hold on. When you say
Oh yeah, that dude is a content creator. His name's Parker something or other.
destroying our relationships with other countries, well, other countries.
Dave just looking like a deer in the headlights over here. Fact check. A 2026 Federal Reserve analysis finds the Trump era and renewed tariffs have raised core goods prices by about 3.1% and added roughly 0.8 percentage points to the core PCE inflation, meaning inflation today would likely be much closer to the Fed's 2% target without those tariffs.
We're getting sweet deals, right? If
We're getting some sweet deals.
Canada, which was charging crazy taxes.
And if there's anyone who knows anything about sweetheart deals, it's Donald Trump's legal team.
And tariffs on our products that were going to them, and we were basically charging nothing back. How can we sell to their market? So if they're upset with us, right? So China is a little upset with right now. Upset with us. We're trying to get fairer.
So is Europe. So is Africa. So are the Oceania countries.
Deals. Canada, obviously under Carney, is upset.
Latin America.
With us because we're trying to get
Canada.
Fairer deals. Donald Trump is trying to reset things. We were basically the world's piggy bank for the last...
Donald Trump is trying to reset things. You don't understand. That's why he keeps threatening to invade Canada. It's an effort to reset everything and make things, to really curry favor with the Canadians.
It's really basically post-World War II, and Donald Trump is trying to reverse that so that we will have fairer deals. If you told me that it was just zero across the board and there were no tariffs going any which way, I could completely get on board that. But as long as countries are going to treat us unfairly, often while we foot the bill for their defense or a series of other things, and we give them foreign aid and everything else, well, then we should have equal...
Oh, Coder Joe, a lot of the people who were here were trolls, and as soon as we put up the shields for a members-only chat, or not members-only, subscribers-only, they left. They left because they did not want to hit the subscribe button and wait 5 minutes and have a level of investment for any of their chatters.
Playing field going both directions.
What better deal did he get?
What?
What better deal did he get?
What do you mean? Several countries have already come back, and we've
Name any of the conditions that made the trade better off. Give me the specifics.
Did we just skip? No.
Canada, I think they had something like a 60% tariff on cheese, literally on cheese, that was being sold from America, from Wisconsin.
Yeah, hey Dave, the reason Canada had a 60% tariff on cheese from Wisconsin was because the United States has huge amounts of subsidies on dairy products. Like, Dave, when we're talking about, like, why might they have tariffs on the cheese, Dave? It's because we subsidize cheese so much here in America that we can undercut basically any other market.
To Canada, and that basically is zero right now. That's one little example. I think it's zero right now.
Okay, so that's a targeted tariff, not a universal tariff.
No.
Can you name one country?
Canada did not have a flat 60% tariff on U.S. cheese. That's now basically zero. Under USMCA, U.S. cheese gets expanded duty-free access within quotas, but Canada still applies steep over-quota tariffs of about 245% on cheese. The protection was not reduced from 60% to zero.
Country that had a universal tariff on us?
I think there are several countries that
Name
did.
one.
I think there are several countries
Name
that
one.
did. Honestly, I'm not sure, but I think there are several countries that did.
Okay, so why are we placing universal?
Man, Dave really came here not prepared. I don't know anything about tariffs, or I'm sure there is one statistically. Don't do fact checks here. I'm sorry.
So
that zeroed out the tariffs. So then I think Argentina did, if I'm not mistaken. I think Israel did. I think a few other countries did.
Why don't we put a proportional tariff on them, the same that they put on us, so that we can negotiate that down? down. It doesn't seem like Trump's looking for that.
What do you mean? That's exactly what Trump did.
Let me just clarify. The tariffs are being paid by our consumers. So Trump, while trying to get his deals, is making inflation go up and making it worse off for you at the grocery store, worse off for you at the gas pump, worse off for you when you're trying to buy a house. So can you, again, like you could mention before, can you name one metric that Trump's made better off since he got in office?
I'm just not sure of the premise of what you're saying, because do you think we should just have free trade with everybody without any penalization?
I thought you were
going
like
either
libertarian.
way?
Don't you want free trade?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, that's so good. That's so fucking good. I'm telling you, Taffy, part of the problem is I can't just let it play, because if I let it play uninterrupted, it is going to get DMCA. And then, like, the screen is going to go black for you guys, and you're not going to be able to see anything. So part of the reason I'm pausing to talk, it's not because I, nefariously want to interrupt them. It's because if I don't, everything gets put on hold for like 2 or 3 minutes. I don't understand the premise. Indeed.
So, so I think you're agreeing with me. What Donald Trump is trying to do is...
He has an overall decreased tariffs.
He's trying...
The Supreme Court did more to decrease tariffs than he did.
It doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen overnight.
Yeah,
you can't expect him to wave a magic wand and fix everything, even though I have more or less said that's exactly what he can do.
Negotiating these things.
Have we done anything in his office yet?
Yes.
What?
Yes. Scott Besson every day is negotiating with these other countries. You think?
I love, by the way, that folks like Dave Rubin will be like, well, Scott Besson has been negotiating like 24/7 with these countries. What actually is the nature of the deals made by the United States as they currently stand? Right? Like what? Because any of the things that got negotiated prior to a judge like knocking down Trump's tariff powers, like all of those negotiations also got knocked down. All of those agreements also got knocked down because they were predicated on Donald Trump being able to levy that tariff. So all of those deals that got made are functionally worthless.
I think the negotiations are worse off with the JCPOA. We have less political concessions right now than we had a decade ago under the JCPOA. So tell me, what political concessions have we got with the war with Iran since Trump started it?
Well, right now, Iran literally exports no oil. Every day they are losing.
That's not true at all. They have overlined pipes to Pakistan. They have the ability to let Chinese oil through the Strait of Hormuz, which they have, by the way, been doing. They've actually been exporting more oil since like their closure of the Strait of Hormuz.
$500 million. So what you can do over time is you have a military.
Oh, thank you. The fact check is actually here. Recent tanker tracking data cited by the Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg, and others show Iran exporting roughly 1.5 to 2 million oil barrels a day and earning around $100 to $150 million in oil revenue per day. That's a lot of oil.
Adventure, which we had 40 days, which we took out their Air Force and their entire Navy and everything else, and now we completely.
It's wild to me that like Republicans just keep mindlessly repeating this talking point. We took out their entire Navy, and yet, like every week, we get a report of the United States conducting bombing runs on Iranian mining ships. So it's kind of like, did you actually sink their Navy if they keep somehow pulling mine-laying vessels out of their ass?
Control their
economy.
None of those were
concerned. What's the political concession since the beginning of the war?
What's the political concession from Iran since the beginning of the war?
Yes, name one.
Well, we're having negotiations with them right now.
And we haven't gotten anything?
We're having negotiations with them right now.
So nothing?
Well, we're in a negotiation process.
Well, we're in a negotiation process. And we've actually, the longer this conflict has gone on, the more weak our position has become. But, we're in a negotiation process.
For 2.5 months now, we got no.
Their entire.
Oh, it skipped.
entire Navy and everything else. What's the political negotiations with them right now?
And we haven't gotten anything?
We're
now. We got no political concessions.
A war for 2.5%
that was going to be in place until 2030. It would still be in place to this day.
Again, we started.
We
started with this. They admitted they were enriching past that point.
The JCPOA.
Steve Witkoff.
They admitted this after Donald Trump ripped up the only agreement that prohibited them from enriching. Once the JCPOA was gone, nothing was legally binding for them to not enrich uranium. Nothing stopped them from doing that.
Said the day, 2 or 3 days before the war started, that they admitted they were enriching more.
Also, Trump pulled out of the agreement, and then the original strike that we made a year ago.
You also have to.
They haven't been building up.
You also
since
have to go on the
according
assumption.
To DNI,
Why is it that? Why is it that you believe? Why would you believe the Iranian theocratic regime? Why would you believe that they are doing right?
Why would you believe them that they're doing the right thing? Well, under the JCPOA, we didn't need to believe them because there were international inspectors who came in to make sure that they were following those regulations. We didn't need to trust them because there was accountability built into the mechanism of the JCPOA itself, right? Like, why would you believe them when they say these things now? Because it's in, like, they have no reason to lie about it anymore. Like, they're already being bombed. They're already, like, they're already in a terrible position. But what they have been able to do is make the Strait of Hormuz effectively their economic nuke deterrent. And it's really the only card they had to play, and they've played it very well.
That's the director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, appointed by Donald Trump.
Yeah, also the Tulsi Gabbard shooting this defense in the dick is very funny to me.
Trump. So explain to me why you don't believe her.
Listen, Marco Rubio. Why
don't you believe her?
Marco, hold on.
Why don't you believe the entire U.S. intelligence committee? Why do you think they're all lying?
So, are you saying that Donald Trump just ignored the entire U.S. intelligence community?
Yes,
no,
literally, that's what he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes.
That's it. That's okay. So
are you saying Donald Trump ignored people? You think Donald Trump could, I don't know, ignore good advice? The man who bankrupted a casino, he could ignore good advice? I don't believe it. Like, of course Donald Trump could ignore good advice. Like, he got no red flags this entire time and multiple applauses. He's doing so good. But, like, also, Dave just sits there, is just like, well, I don't believe Tulsi Gabbard and the entire intelligence community, but then tries to flip it and is like, you do not believe? Do you think that Donald Trump wouldn't listen to his intelligence community? And he's just like, yeah, obviously. When has Donald Trump ever listened to the intelligence community? Ever.
That's an interesting disconnect that we have. I mean, Marco Rubio.
Why do they contradict each other?
Marco Rubio very clearly laid out what was going on here. And by the way, Donald Trump and every president for the last 40 years has said that Iran will not get a nuclear bomb, right? Every president has said that. Joe Biden said no. Remember, Kamala Harris said no or
the JCPOA
don't,
limited
right?
it to a greater extent. Okay. Why didn't you address that point?
Again, you are going.
That acronym is too long for Dave Rubin, okay? It's too long for Dave, and he will not abide it, okay? You can't expect him to know what the JCPOA is. That would require him to prep, to read, to have an argument. That's too much to expect from poor Dave Rubin. He's a birthday boy. A precious, precious birthday boy.
On the assumption that you can trust these random inspectors that are going into these places. Literally,
random inspectors.
You can't. What? Now you're gonna tell me you can trust experts to know things? Next, you're gonna be telling me that there are people out there who study the weather. Like, they could tell when a hurricane is coming to Florida.
The IAEA is the International Atomic Energy.
With all due respect, I think that trusting some of these international things that they somehow have America's interests or the West's interests in mind, I think is a kind of faulty. It's just a faulty premise, I would say.
So the international actors that are lying, they don't actually have legitimate surveillance.
Well, I do like here, though, that Dave has effectively said, you can't trust America's intelligence network. You can't trust international watchdog groups. You can't trust experts, but you can trust Donald Trump. You can't trust anybody who knows anything about anything, but you can trust a senile, dementia-addled old fool who's like AI psychosis posting on Truth Social at 3 o'clock in the morning. You can trust him. He knows what's up.
Over their nuclear enrichment facilities?
No, they don't.
Okay, so
they don't.
You think
they have. What do you mean? They were buried. They were buried under. They were buried under mountains.
Time.
They were buried underground.
God, that was genuinely very funny. Holy shit. We did it, folks. We made it through part 2 of Dave Rubin's biggest mistake. My God. Yeah, the guy who made a fake university would never lie, right? Right, guys? Oh, God. Everything is stupid. But you know what's not stupid? Hitting the like button on this video, leaving a comment about what you think about Dave Rubin's performance, and also hitting the subscribe button. None of those things are stupid, and actually they make you cool. And I will also say, get involved with your local Dems, get involved with your local DSA, get involved with Progressive Victory. You can make more friends, you can flex on how cool you are about liking the video, leaving comments, and subscribing, and you can make your local politics better. Join your local Dems, make them more progressive, make them more pro-working class. Get those corporate Dems out of power. Join your local DSA, make it more effective. Recreate the success of New York City DSA with Zoran Mamdani right where you live. Progressive Victory can tie you directly into campaigns across the country for leftist candidates who need your help knocking doors, phone banking, and text banking. All right, we got a link to them down below, but if you want to get involved with your local Dems and your local DSA, join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, reach out to Gamergy, rather, for help with joining your local DSA. And folks, also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that's non-tuck. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. And God save us from ever falling into an intellectual pit like Dave Rubin has. Let's keep on going. Dave Rubin is clearly an intellectual giant. Well, oh shit, chat. An intellectual giant? Giants still walk among us? Oh my God, Hyperborean knowledge was right. The giants are real. And Dave Rubin is one. I hadn't considered the existence of of intellectual giants. Dave Rubin. Oh God, everything is stupid. Everything is fucking stupid. He's a weird kind of brand noser. That he is. That he is. All right, folks, if you got anything out of this, do consider dropping those subs and donos. You guys make this show possible. And with that, I'm going to go to bed. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. I wish I could have gotten to the Sam Cedar, Jillian Michael stuff. We'll get to it tomorrow, I think. But, you know, until then, I will see you later. Bye. Goodbye. Good. Bye.
Rat is this. Normal rat's like this. That's a normal rat. 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 Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. Point the wire, 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 point the wire. You are now a normal rat. Normal rat's like this. That's 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 a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. Point the wire, 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 point the wire. You are now a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs.